Recording in progress. tələ xarakterli minalar yerləşdirmişdir ki, bu da mina qurbanlarının gündən-günə artmasına səbəb olur. Azərbaycanın üzləşdiyi mina təhlükəsizliyi, bütün mina təhlükəsi kütləvi qırğın silahlarının doğurduğu dəhşət ilə müqayisə oluna bilər. Öz yurt yuvalarından didərgin düşmüş soydaşlarımızın tezliklə, könüllü, təhlükəsiz və ləyaqətli şəkildə doğma torpaqlarına qayıtması üçün işğaldan azad olmuş ərazilərdə dərhal geniş miqyaslı quruculuq işlərinə start verilmişdir. Hazırda işğal dövründə dağıdılmış bütün infrastruktur yenidən qurulur. Yaşıl enerji zonası elan edilmiş Qarabağ və Şərqi Zəngəzurda yeni şəhərlər və kəndlər inşa edilir. Gördüyümüz bütün bu işlərin nəticələri artıq göz qabağındadır və siz Azərbaycanda səfərdə olarkən bunların şahidi olmusunuz. Əfsuslar olsun ki, münaqişə bitəndən sonra belə Ermənistan-Laçın yolundan istifadə edərək Azərbaycan ərazilərinə mina döşəməkdə davam etmişdir. Ərazilərimizdə 2021-ci il Ermənistan istehsalı olan 2700-dən çox piyada əleyhinə minalar aşkar edilmişdir. Torpaqlarımızın kütləvi şəkildə minalarla çirklənməsi hazırda burada apardığımız bərpa və yenidən qurma işlərini ləngitməklə yanaşı, insanların həyat və sağlamlığına ciddi təhdid yaradır, uzun illər doğma torpaqlarına dönmək arzusu ilə yaşayan 100 minlərlə məcburi köçkünün hüquqlarının reallaşdırmasına əngəl törədir. Humanitar mina təmizləmə Azərbaycanın dövlət siyasətinin əsas prioritetlərindən biridir. Bu siyasətin əsası 100 illik yubileyini qeyd etdiyimiz Azərbaycan xalqının ümumi lideri Heydər Əliyevin təşəbbüsü ilə qoyulmuşdur. Ulu öndərin strateji baxışı, uzaqgörənliyi və müdrik siyasəti nəticəsində 25 il əvvəl Azərbaycan Respublikası ərazilərin minalardan təmizlənməsi üzrə Milli Agentlik ANAMA yaradılmışdır. ANAMA hazırda ölkəmizdə mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətini həyata keçirən əsas qurumdur. Üzləşdiyimiz mina probleminin nə qədər böyük və mürəkkəb, qarşımızdakı yolun isə hələ uzun olmasına baxmayaraq, ölkəmiz mümkün ən qısa müddətdə bunun öhdəsindən gəlmək üçün bütün gücünü səfərbər etmişdir. Bugün Azərbaycanda mina təmizləmə fəaliyyəti dünyada mövcud olan ən müasir və qabaqcıl texnologiyalardan istifadə etməklə həyata keçirilir. Milli mina təmizləmə potensialımızın gücləndirilməsi istiqamətində davamlı olaraq iş aparılır və son 2 il ərzində bu sahədəki imkanlarımız ciddi şəkildə artmışdır. Qeyd etmək istərdim ki, mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətimizin 90%-dən çoxu ölkəmizin daxili resursları hesabına aparılır. Biz eyni zamanda bir sıra xarici tərəfdaşlarımızla bu sahədə səmərəli əməkdaşlıq edir və bizə dəstək göstərən ölkələrə və beynəlxalq təşkilatlara buna görə minnətdarıq. Təəssüflər olsun ki, ümumi mənzərəyə baxanda xaricdən gələn dəstəyin həcmi hələ də çox məhduddur. Minalardan təmizlənmiş torpaqların gələcəkdə xalqımızın rifahına və tərəqqisinə mühüm töhfə verəcəyini və bunun geniş perspektivdə ölkəmizin ümumi inkişaf baxımından əhəmiyyətini nəzərə alaraq Azərbaycan mina təmizləmə fəaliyyətini dayanıqlı və davamlı inkişaf ilə birbaşa əlaqə kontekstində görür. Məhz buna görə də Azərbaycanda humanitar mina təmizləmə 18-ci milli dayanıqlı inkişaf məqsədi olaraq rəsmən elan edilmişdir. Azərbaycan özünün mina təmizləmə probleminin həlli ilə yanaşı qlobal səviyyədə də humanitar mina təmizləmə prosesinə töhfəsini verir. Dünyada münaqişələrin və mina fəsadlarının artmasını nəzərə alaraq biz humanitar mina təmizləmənin BMT-nin 18-ci qlobal davamlı inkişaf məqsədi kimi təsis edilməsi təşəbbüsü ilə çıxış etmişik. Hazırda sədrlik etdiyimiz qoşulmama hərəkatında da minaların təsirinə məruz qalmış ölkələrin həmfikirlər qrupunun yaradılması ideyası üzərində iş gedir. Bugünkü konfrans mina problemi ilə bağlı qlobal gündəlikdə dayanan çağırışlar və imkanları müzakirəsi və bu sahədə qabaqcıl təcrübə mübadiləsi üçün əlverişli fürsətdir. İnanıram ki, konfrans çərçivəsində aparılacaq müzakirələr mina təmizləmə sahəsində birgə səylərin səfərbər olunmasına, bəşəriyyətin rifahı və gələcək nəsillərə minalardan təmizlənmiş dünya miras qoymaq məqsədi ilə yeni və ideya və təşəbbüslərin irəli sürməsinə töhfə verəcəkdir. Sizə ən xoş arzularımı yetirir, konfransın işinə uğurlar diləyirəm. İlham Əliyev, Azərbaycan Respublikasının Prezidenti, Bakı şəhəri, 23 may 2023-cü il. Just while taking the microphone, I would like to take this opportunity and to thank all our delegates and for all conference participants for visiting Azerbaijan and also contributing to the fruitful discussions. As it has been all been highlighted by Mr. President's letter, humanitarian demining is one of the priorities of Azerbaijani government, And for this understanding, and my president in the recent NAM summit, Non-Alignment Meeting Summit, has suggested localization of the Azerbaijan's SDG concept, and humanitarian demining is part of the Azerbaijani Sustainable Development Goals. As such, it has been identified on the 18th Sustainable Development Goal of Azerbaijan. It was also enshrined in the Mr. President's letter. And we are also looking forward to work closely with all our international partners, and particularly within the non-member countries, and some of which are also suffering from the mine problem, to establish like-minded group of the countries with regards to humanitarian demining. And by this understanding, we are also looking forward for the Sustainable Development Goals Summit in the margins of the United Nations General Assembly in September. Hopefully, through our joint efforts, we'll be in a capacity to present it as yet another SDG. And Azerbaijan also sees in a humanitarian demining, as it was stipulated by the Mr. President's letter, as its own contribution in the future to the global efforts against this menace that takes in the lives of the people on the ground. Azerbaijani government will continue to do all its best, and within the shortest period of time, to clear the humanitarian demining problem that we are facing. But yesterday, as you have seen, that among the problems of the line of contact, it is about 300 kilometers that highly infested by the mines by Armenia, we are also facing yet another big challenge, is in booby traps and sporadic, random, and also indiscriminate mining behind the formal line of contact. All our major incidents are happening in those areas that also causes additional burden and an additional challenge on Azerbaijan's demining and humanitarian demining mission. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank you all for your participation and fruitful discussions, and we are pleased to share our own experience. In the meantime, experience of other friendly countries are also crucially important, and we also appreciate support of our international partners to the international humanitarian demining agenda of Azerbaijan. I would like to particularly highlight the role of the European Union, United States, United Kingdom, Turkey, some other friendly countries as well. And also, particularly for us, we highly appreciate the experience of Croatia, but also through many years suffered from the mine problem, and their experience are also fruitful contribution to the development of the concept of ANAMA. Once again, thank you. I wish you all the best, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haji, for dedicating your time for us and delivering welcoming address on behalf of President Ilham Aliyev. We are continuing with the video messages from people that not here physically with us, but also have some messages to deliver to us. So our first video message is from Director of UN Mass, Elaine Kohn. Please.
Excellencies and distinguished participants, it's my great pleasure to join you at the second International Conference on Mine Action, the Path to Reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. Much progress has been made to advance mine action. 30 countries across the world have been declared mine-free, and casualties have dramatically decreased. And yet many more countries and territories remain contaminated with landmines and explosive remnants of war. Supporting an affected country to manage its own mine action program is vital to guaranteeing a sustainable response and remains an important United Nations commitment. The United Nations will continue to advocate for the universalization, implementation, and monitoring of international human rights, humanitarian and disarmament law instruments, including the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. To all of us working towards a mine-free world, it is clear that mine action cannot wait. This is certainly true for Azerbaijan as one of the countries most densely contaminated by landmines and explosive remnants of war. I'd like to congratulate the government of Azerbaijan, and in particular the Azerbaijan National Agency for Mine Action, ANAMA, for the progress made over the past 20 years. ANAMA's readiness to share its experience and expertise with other mine-affected countries is indeed commendable. I also want to acknowledge the efforts in support of mine action in Azerbaijan by my United Nations colleagues, and in particular the resident coordinator, Ms. Vladanka Andreeva, and our colleagues from UNDP and UNICEF. Let's continue to work together towards a mine-free world. Thank you.
Our next video message is for a good friend of Azerbaijan, founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, Ms. Heidi Kuhn, which I want to emphasize recently has been awarded with an honorable prize, World Food Prize, and by the way, he received that award while being in Azerbaijan. So let's hear from her.
Global greetings to the distinguished guests of this important conference, Mine Action, the Path to Reaching Sustainable Development Goals. Earlier this month, I was honored to be invited to the home of Alfred Nobel by the International Eurasia Press Fund when the World Food Prize laureate was announced, the Nobel Peace Prize of Agriculture. It was a fitting location to receive this news, as Alfred Nobel invented dynamite in 1866. Yet on May 9th, it was this same dynamite that I used to detonate 6 anti-tank mines in the fields of Karabakh, as the brave deminers of ANAMA led me through the toxic minefields. Today, I'm speaking to you from our Kuhn family home in San Rafael, California, where the vision of turning mines to vines began in September 1997, a dream of turning minefields into thriving vineyards and orchards worldwide. Yet a quarter of a century later, this critical work is only just beginning. The importance of cultivating peace through agriculture has never been more important, as we live in a world with an estimated 100 million landmines and UXOs in over 60 countries, nearly 1/3 of our planet. Azerbaijan is among the most heavily mined countries in the world, with over 1 million landmines and unexploded ordnance contaminating the once lush vineyards which produce some of the world's finest wines. The grapevine represents the seeds we have in common rather than those which separate us. Whether a fine bottle of wine, fresh grapes, or raisins, we must unite as humanity to heal the wounds of war across all borders as we seek to turn blood into wine, killing fields into vineyards, swords into plowshares, and yes, mines into vines. On March 4th, 2022, I took my first footsteps into the minefields of Azerbaijan in tribute to International Women's Day. It was only a week after the war in Ukraine had begun. Yet today it is shocking to realize that over 30% of Ukraine is now contaminated by landmines and UXO, a country once known as the breadbasket of Europe. As the brave deminers of ANAMA led me through the former vineyards of Karabakh, it was a bittersweet moment to hear the blast of 8 anti-tank mines. And then a deep sigh, only to realize that millions more remain buried in this fertile land, once known as the Black Garden for lush purple grapes. Today, it is a black garden riddled with toxic landmines tempting the footstep of a farmer or the sandal of a child, picking flowers for their mothers. On this occasion of Mother's Day 2023, I returned to Karabakh to visit the village of Mr. Umud Mirazayev, president of IEPF, to personally witness the devastation of war that destroyed his beloved homeland of Rozili. Standing on the edge of a minefield, nearly 50 women greeted me with warm hugs, as they had never seen an American mother visit their remote village. One by one, they shared devastating stories of losing husbands, sons, and children to the explosive remnants of war. Together, we signed a proclamation to eradicate landmines from the face of this earth and restore the land with regenerative agriculture. As women, we bear the seeds of life, and we stand in solidarity with the mothers around the world who lose their children to war. Yet this global initiative to turn mines to vines may not come quickly enough. As I personally visited the hospital to hold the hand of a young father, Khazar Babashov, age 34, who tragically stepped on a landmine only a few weeks ago on April 26, 2023. Looking into his eyes, he told me of his 3 young children under the age of 4, as his mother wept over my shoulder. My only promise, I will do all within my power to raise global landmine awareness so that young fathers like himself would never have to suffer the loss of a leg with an uncertain future on how to provide for his family. As humanity, we must go further and use this platform of this important conference to call forth the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, the eradication of landmines worldwide. For the existing 17 Sustainable Development Goals cannot be accomplished when there are landmines in the ground. I applaud the leadership of President Aliyev of Azerbaijan for supporting our Roots of Peace IEPF letter sent to Secretary General Antonio Guterres in tribute to the signing of the United Nations Charter in my homeland of San Francisco, California on June 26, 1945. During my recent visit, we planted Roots of Peace trees, hundreds of trees of life in multiple gardens throughout Azerbaijan. I trust that these trees may bear fruit for future generations to thrive. And one day, these tall trees will serve as a reminder of the day when the world united in Baku to eradicate these seeds of hatred caused by landmines from the one earth we share. Inshallah. As the proud laureate of the World Food Prize 2023, I hope that you will join me in Des Moines, Iowa on October 24th, United Nations Day, and show the world the accomplishments made from this historic gathering of leaders in Baku, Azerbaijan, for this extraordinary conference. Together, may we turn minds to vines and plant the roots of peace on earth now.
In a few minutes, as has been promised, we will start our first panel discussion. But before that, why don't we go back a day? Because I think we had a really remarkable day yesterday as in the opening day of the conference. So I want you to pay attention to the monitor and let's see what a beautiful day we had yesterday. Please, a recap of the opening day of the conference. Honorable guests, I would love to use this opportunity to once again express our gratitude to Mr. Haji for attending this conference and delivering welcoming statement by Mr. President. I would ask you to give a round of applause to him before he goes. Thank you very much, Mr. Haji, for attending the conference. And now it's time to skip to the official part of the conference and to skip to the panel discussions. So the first panel discussion will be dedicated on national ownership and international support, a quest for a fine balance, that will be moderated by UNDP Strategic Advisor, Mr. Mark Boswell. And then I would love to invite the panelists, starting with the Member of Parliament of UK, Mine Action and Perspectives on New SDGs, Mr. Matthew Offord. Deputy Chairman of ANAMA, Mr. Samir Poladov. Director of Links Europe, we'll be talking about the importance of international support to the mine action, Denis Samat. Founder and CEO of iVoice Communications, former war correspondent and Roots of Peace International Advisory Board member, Ms. Adriana Aristizabal. A Member of Parliament of Lithuania, Head of Azerbaijan-Lithuania Inter-Parliamentary Friendship Group, Mr. Kazis Starkevičius.
Good morning and welcome to this first panel. And I'd like to extend a warm thank you and welcome to the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into this first panel. I first came here to Azerbaijan in 2022 to lead a basic demining course. And I feel very honored now to be here 21 years later, working very closely with ANAMA on this mammoth task with huge responsibilities. And I am consistently impressed by the coordination, prioritization mechanisms, and the link that mine action has to immediate action here. I'm also very impressed by the pride, commitment, dedication of every person I meet here involved in the mine action. I'm personally very excited to be invited to moderate on this particular panel, where we are discussing national ownership and the international support in a quest for a fine balance. It's a topic that I feel is particularly relevant here in Azerbaijan, where there is a strong national ownership and developed mine action program. As we saw, we have top-down leadership here, very heavily committed, as was emphasized in the first speaker with Mr. Haji Aliyev. Yesterday we visited the fields in Agdam, clearly demonstrated how landmines and UXO are preventing the safe return of an expected population of over 600,000 people. The first panel discussion have demonstrated how Azerbaijan has taken ownership of the mine action problem and how it is driven down by the highest level. We have seen how mine action is recognized as a prerequisite in reconstruction and return planning, and the government has taken the initiative to further include national ownership by creating a national SDG 18 mine action. And we see that this is not only a commitment of words, but is backed up by deeds. So I'm moving forward and moving on with the actual panel discussion. We have a very experienced panel presenting both national and international representatives. And I hope this panel will stimulate questions from you, the audience, and will do my best to ensure that we give you the opportunity to ask questions to the audience. So moving forward, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Matthew Offord. Matthew is a Member of Parliament for the British Government with over 10 years of experience. He worked as a BBC political analyst. Mr. Offord has obtained a master's degree in the environment, culture and society, and has a PhD in geography from King's College London. He is also the chairman of the for the Explosive Weapons Committee for the UK Government. Matthew, would you like to take the floor?
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to speak in front of you here today. These Sustainable Development Goals provide a direction for policy and planning for every country to make development truly sustainable, a pathway for development. In many countries, mine action has a critical role to play in enabling progress towards these goals. For example, when affected communities have the explosive hazard contamination removed, they are able to cultivate the land, thereby reducing poverty and food insecurity and accelerating SDG 1 and 2. Mine action supports SDG 4 when explosive hazards are removed from educational facilities, allowing children to return to school safely. Mine action also enables the safe rehabilitation of water treatment plants, electrical substations and transmission lines to provide clean drinking water and power in support of SDG 6. But the diversity of the international landscape demands that country-specific areas of engagement, such as mine action, have to be addressed through nationally developed and locally implemented processes. That is achievable for middle and upper income countries, particularly those in the West. But countries that have experienced years of military conflict and subsequent economic decline find this process more challenging. Understandably, government agencies, NGOs and charities would not seek to introduce social and economic development in a war zone. But does it not hold true that remaining explosive ordnance determines that the conditions of conflict remain through the threat of death and injury? Given the coherence between so many of the SDGs, it appears incomprehensible that a mine-specific elimination goal has not been incorporated. However, if the international community and the United Nations choose not to expand the SDGs, then it is incumbent upon us, interested parties in the mine action community, to identify the catalytic potential of mine action clearance programs across relevant SDGs. For example, landmines and other explosive remnants of war remain a threat to life and sustainable development in Southeast Asia. These remnants of war are present in half of the Southeast Asian nations' member states, stalling progress to eradicate extreme poverty and reduce inequalities, failing to address the fundamental issues of the SDGs agenda. Nearly a fifth of Vietnam, 5.6 million hectares, is potentially contaminated by explosive ordnance. Despite nationwide peace in Cambodia, landmines have severely stunted socio-economic growth in several capacities, including agriculture, infrastructure, and urban development. Beyond basic land use issues, decades of turmoil have strained national and subnational governance capacities as well. But there are examples of where national governments are providing a roadmap. In Afghanistan, the Ministry of Economy is responsible for SDG nationalisation. The department has sought specific advice from partners about the existing mine and explosive remnants of war threat with regard to mine action removal for national development. The clearance of 17.4 square kilometres of contaminated land was conditional for the investment of a multi-billion-dollar scheme to extract the world's second largest deposit of copper deposits in Mezainak. This is expected to generate annual revenues of £300 to £400 million and will provide over 8,000 direct jobs. In Afghanistan, mine clearance has preceded economic development. Only yesterday, here in the Land of Fire, we saw that the government of Azerbaijan has established mine action as one of its national priorities and mobilised its resources to address this threat. Priority clearance areas have been designated in areas of infrastructure, such as highways, railroads, and energy systems, while settlement construction and agriculture are planned to combine with reconstruction works. These works begin as little as a week after clearance has been completed. In Azerbaijan, mine action is serving as a driver for progress against the SDG goals. Regardless of this, the government intends to introduce its own SDG on demining. This is a path leading the way in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In many respects, the world is watching Azerbaijan. Ukraine will be watching Azerbaijan, looking for a roadmap on how to remove contaminants from their sovereign land and to rebuild communities. Following these examples, we in this room need to influence national governments to designate ministries, departments, NGOs to lead on the planning, implementation and reporting of the 2030 Agenda and how the issue of mine clearance contributes to the same. This can be achieved through strategic dialogue and maintaining knowledge of the entry points, mechanisms and deadlines being orchestrated by national governments. So remember, they need you as much as you need them. And in conclusion, I would just want to make one final point. Environmental performance must be a consideration in the economic and social development of demined areas. The decontamination of land that has remained unused for many years affords an opportunity for planners, politicians and policymakers to establish sustainable communities that are carbon neutral, net zero environmental exemplars. This addresses the fundamental issue of the SDGs, that the demands of today's society does not impact on the ability of future generations to achieve the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It's a very comprehensive insight on ownership. I would like to take the opportunity now to introduce Mr. Samir Polodov. He is the chairman of ANAMA. He is an operational specialist with over 20 years of experience in mine action, having been with ANAMA from the very early days. Mr. Polodov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction, but I'm actually deputy chairman of ANAMA, not the chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we? Yes, it's there. I was involved in humanitarian demining since 1998 when the Mine Action Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, national agency at that time, was established. Today I will provide some information about how we deal with the landmine problem in Azerbaijan, our response action, and how generally the work of mine action is being structured in the country. So, in the beginning, let me give you some brief information about the overall extent of landmine contamination in Azerbaijan. We, from the records we have received and from the overall survey information that is available in our office, according to our initial estimates, just initial ones, there are 147,000 hectares of highly contaminated land existing in the territory of the liberated areas. These territories are only covering the area of the former line of contact. There's other 675,000 hectares of medium and low contaminated area. Our survey activities are ongoing, and as it was mentioned here this morning by the Assistant to the President, Mr. Hikmet Hacıyev, approximately we estimate about 1.5 million landmines to be implanted in the territories of the liberated Karabakh. While there's greater clarity with the landmines, situation with landmines in the former line of contact, it is becoming increasingly more clear that there have been additional mining done by Armenian forces beyond the formal line of contact, and I will bring some statistics from the landmine victims in the country which will prove this fact. As you saw yesterday in the Agdam, the amount of destruction and devastation in the territory, this is how the majority of the liberated territories look like. Lots of destruction, construction rubble, mainly associated with the presence of landmines and unexploded ordnances. All of this have to be cleared before any reconstruction work can take place there. The type of contamination in the country is the mixture of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines, all different types of unexploded ordnances, starting from small hand grenades and cluster munitions, ending up with big rockets and missiles. Some of the most common types of mines that are found are those black plastic mines associated with the marking on those mines are associated with the production facilities in Armenia, and these are the copies of the Russian produced PMN mines. But they look just a little bit different. Besides that, we have also come across with the large number of minimum metallic mines in the liberated territories. We have received some minefield records from Armenian side. They have been analyzed in the office, and only 1/4 of them, about 25% of them, are reasonably reliable. The remaining 75% are missing bits of some very important information, without which it is not possible to identify the actual minefield on the ground. According to those records that are covering the territories of only the former line of contact, so only the defensive minefields have been reported, and only 25% of this reported in the former line of contact is reasonably reliable. But according to those records, there have been 390,000 landmines have been placed on the former line of contact. However, taking into account the statistics of the landmine victims in the country, we have 302 persons who have become victims of landmines since November 2020 up until today. And altogether in our database from the first Karabakh war up until now, we have more than 3.3 thousand people who either been killed or injured. And but if we look at the locations of the mine incidents that happened involving the civilian population, more than 70% of these incidents happened beyond the formal line of contact, which proves the indiscriminate mining of the territory of Karabakh, and the information about those minefields that were placed beyond the formal line of contact, that didn't have any defensive purposes, is really unknown at the moment for us. The only way we can identify these minefields is through our survey and clearance operations, and also, unfortunately, when something happens, an explosion happens in this area. As I said, the agency was established back in 1998. The aim of the agency was to build a sustainable national mine action capacity that will be capable to deal with the landmine problem and expand immediately once the occupied at that time territories become liberated, which happened in November 2020. At the moment, we're rapidly scaling up our operational capacities. There are more and more demining teams being recruited, trained, and made operational. More equipment is being procured and deployed to the fields. We are also coordinating all the work of all the mine action operators in the country. Those are Ministry of Defense, Ministry of emergency situations, state border service, for local commercial companies, also national and international NGOs. So all these operators are being coordinated, and their quality assurance of their work is being ensured by ANAMA. We're also custodians of the national mine action standards in the country, and we're also responsible for maintenance of the national mine action database. Our mine action architecture in Azerbaijan, so the strategic decision making comes from the President administration, whereas day-to-day work is being coordinated by the Cabinet of Ministers. We are responsible altogether for we are also chairing, the chairman of ANAMA is the head of the Interministerial Demining Working Group. We meet at least twice a month to discuss all the challenges and issues related to humanitarian demining in the country, and altogether we're responsible for coordination and control of the work of all the operators in the country. Overall achievements by now include clearance of more than 81,000 hectares, where 88,000 pieces of landmines and unexploded ordnances have been found. Our clearance target for the year 2023 is clearance of 50,000 hectares of high priority land. However, we plan to increase our capacities to reach 65,000 hectares annually in the years to come. We also use some innovative approaches in survey of the suspected hazardous areas, like the multi-sensor drone system, which at the end produces a hazard map for us to help us in effective resource planning. The standard tools that are used for demining are the manual demining, mine detection dogs, and mechanical demining tools. Our countrywide risk education program covers, we aim to cover the whole population of the country, especially those who are mostly affected by the presence of landmines and unexploded ordnances. The program jointly implemented by UNICEF, ANAMA, and the Ministry of Education to cover the schools, mainly the schools in the mine-affected districts, resulted in inclusion of risk education and as part of the standard curriculum in all of those mine-affected schools. Besides that, there are other stakeholders involved in demining in risk education, like UNHCR and ICRC and others. Just to show you some of the examples of what has been done by now as a result of demining and also reconstruction works. This is some of the pictures of how it looked in the past and how it looks now after clearance and reconstruction. Another example in Agala village, and several examples of the key infrastructure projects that have been completed by now. The highway to Aghband, from Fizuli to Aghband, the airport in Fizuli and Zangilan, already 2 airports have been cleared and constructed by now, the railroad, and there are many examples, and there will be many examples like this to show in the future. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll be happy to answer any of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Are there any questions for Samir? Maybe we can save them till the end to keep us on time. I'd like to introduce the third speaker, the third panelist. Mr. Dennis Samit is the Director of Links, Dialogue and Analysis Research, and a member of the Advisory Council for the European Policy Centre in Brussels. A foreign policy analyst and consultant, he brings over 2 decades of experience of working in the Caucasus region. He has an OBE that was awarded to him in 2010 for his contribution to resolving conflicts in the South Caucasus. And he will be discussing the importance of international support in mine action. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Some of you know that I have, for the last 3 decades plus, accompanied the processes in the South Caucasus, particularly the conflicts. And I'm familiar with Chechnya, with Abkhazia, with South Ossetia and other places. But I think nothing actually from the past prepared me for what I saw yesterday in Agdam. The sheer size of the destruction, the sheer completeness of the destruction, touched me in a way that I thought that I was immune to this kind of emotion. Because every house destroyed that we passed as we were going into the city, I could realize that a few years ago, a family lived there. Children played in that house. Women were cooking in the kitchen. I feel that we have to start approaching the issue of landmines in the South Caucasus more from this perspective, because landmines are the most serious single problem that today prevents more than 600,000 people to return to their homes, which is their right under international humanitarian law, and to return to a normal living, because they have been living as refugees since the conflict in the 1990s. In terms of the number of people that landmines are affecting through this process of not enabling people to return to their homes, this becomes probably, in terms of number of people affected, the biggest human rights problem that we have in the South Caucasus at the moment. So many Azerbaijani colleagues ask me directly, given all this, why is the international community not doing more to help us to solve this problem? I appreciate that a lot has been done, and Mr. Hajiev this morning mentioned also organizations and institutions and countries that are helping, but I think everybody understands that given the size of this problem, what has been done has really been, up to now, a drop in the ocean. I want therefore to suggest 4 things that, in my view, we need to keep in mind to increase this engagement. First, we need to put more emphasis on the humanitarian dimension of the landmine problem. This is not about the reclamation of land. This is not about the technical challenges of doing the job only. They are important aspects. But first and foremost, this is about hundreds of thousands of people and their human rights, the right to return to the places from where they originated from. Conferences like this are very important to bring this topic to the fore. I want to congratulate the UN and ANAMA for the organization of this conference. We cannot take all the world to Agdam, but we must take Agdam to the whole world. That is our challenge. Secondly, I want to suggest that it is now time to take a regional approach to this issue. There are landmine problems also in Armenia and in Georgia. The scale is completely different, but there are also problems in those 2 countries. A regional approach was nearly impossible up to now. My organization has been involved in efforts to bring some kind of dialogue between the three countries on landmine issues since 2018. We've had some small success, mainly through the campaign Landmine Free South Caucasus, but this is just the beginning of a very complicated process. The conflict has ended, and hopefully within the next months, the peace will be established. This is what we all hope for. That opens an opportunity to start approaching this problem from a regional perspective, and this will make a huge difference in the way that the international community will look at this, and in my view, it will stimulate interest and it will create better conditions for engagement with the region. This is something that I know is not easy. Regional contacts of any sort in the South Caucasus have pretty much been impossible for the last 3 decades, but let us also understand the situation has changed. The conflict is over. We heard this morning it confirmed in the message of the President. The peace is on its way, and now we have to start thinking in more ambitious terms. Thirdly, there is an instrument that we must use better, and this is the Ottawa Convention. The Ottawa Convention provides a framework that enables countries to move from a point where they are suffering from landmines, but also engaged in laying landmines, to countries that are actually committed to eradicating the problem. I know that in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, there is a debate going on within official structures about what to do about the Ottawa Convention. I want to suggest that it is now time to move on this issue, perhaps not necessarily in one step, perhaps in several steps, perhaps over a number of years, but we are at a moment when a very positive sign of commitment towards the aims of the Ottawa Convention and to adhering to its provisions would help a lot in the mobilization of international support. And fourthly, I want to also remind people that we are in a new era. The opening up of the region of the South Caucasus also opens up to the fact, to the reality, that Azerbaijan is the biggest country in the South Caucasus, it is the strongest country, it is the richest country, it has the biggest army, it has the most sophisticated and most extended diplomatic and international outreach. These are facts. You can agree and disagree on some details, but these are facts. So we need to get used to Azerbaijani regional leadership. And Azerbaijan needs to get used to the fact that as the region opens up, it's going to become a leader. And is there any one issue where Azerbaijan can provide leadership in the region more clearly than the landmine issue? The landmine issue is a big problem in Azerbaijan, but also the landmine issue is something where Azerbaijan has huge experience already. And so this is a unique opportunity for Azerbaijan to show leadership in an area that will be a win-win situation for all concerned. I think that we are at a moment now where we need some decisive action with regards to landmine action in the South Caucasus. I want to appeal to our colleagues in the UN, the EU, the UK, and other countries to convene before the end of the year an international conference to deal with the landmine problem in the South Caucasus. We need a master plan. We need resources to make that master plan happen. And let us try to reach out to countries and organizations that have so far not been part of this demining effort in the region. countries in the Middle East like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, that are friends of the South Caucasus, other countries in Asia, they too need to be involved in this effort, because the problem, as we have seen, is huge. And the solution must be huge as well, if it is to happen. I think we need an ambitious approach. I think we need an innovative approach. We need to be courageous to take new steps. But I am convinced that with enough will, there is also goodwill on the international side. This needs to be galvanized, mobilized, but together we can make the South Caucasus landmine-free by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. You did go a little bit over time there, but I thought it was such an important and decisive topic that I thought it was worth going and exploring that to the end. Moving forward, I'd like to invite the fourth panelist, Adriana Aristasbal. She's an award-winning journalist, best-selling author, entrepreneur, and former war reporter from Colombia. She's the founder and CEO of iVoice Communications and a member of the Roots of Peace International Advisory Board. She will be discussing her experiences from Colombia. Adriana, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I forget how to turn on my microphone. Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much to the government of Azerbaijan and to the United Nations for inviting me to this important event. I assume that 90% of the people sitting in this room are leaders who are leading teams that in this very moment are demining lands around the world, avoiding the next victims to fall in landmines. That is such an incredible job that everybody of you are doing right now. Those are acts of peace. And it's something important to think about it, how important it is to remove a landmine. Because when you remove a mine, you are not just saving the life of one person at a time. You are saving the life of an entire community, because the impact to avoid that a person is going to get hurt and that person is going to be productive through the years. That is such important for those communities. 20 years ago, I was a war correspondent in Colombia, and I was in the front lines covering the drug war. So I have several experiences to meet and see people that were hurt by landmines. So I saw the human suffering firsthand. But all those victims had something in common. All those victims were people that were poor, people that were from underprivileged communities, and people that were also with a lack of resources, with a lack of help, lack of infrastructure, lack of schools, lack of everything. So the only thing that these people had was their lives and their health, and even that was taken away. So that was heartbreaking. That was 20 years ago. 20 years has passed, and I can see that in these 20 years, Latin America has been experiencing a very interesting progress, especially with the programs of the removal of landmines. So do you know that in Latin America we have 8 countries that are contaminated by landmines? We are talking obviously about Colombia, but we are talking also about Nicaragua, Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala. We are talking about Chile. We are talking about Ecuador, Peru, and even Costa Rica. So from the list that I just mentioned, only 2 countries have considered or have let know to the world that they are free of mines, and they are Chile and Nicaragua. In 2016, Colombia was the second most contaminated country in the world with landmines after Afghanistan. But that green ranking go away years later thanks to the peace process that was signed between the Colombian government and the guerrillas of the FARC. To those that know, the FARC was the oldest guerrillas in the world. And thanks to that peace process that was signed, the peace treaty has one very important mission. It was to support the eradication of the landmines. So what happened was that thanks to the peace treaty, 13,000 men among ex-combats, ex-guerrillas, policemen, soldiers, all they got together to start and to support the humanitarian mission to remove the landmines in my country. So thanks to that effort, 1,500 hectares in my country have been cleaned and 8,500 landmines destroyed. Between 1990 and 2022, my country reported more than 12,000 victims of landmines. That was a record. It what happened after the peace process was signed. It was dramatically dropped in the number of victims, to the point that in 2019 was the report of almost 0 victims in my country. That was the good news. Now I'm going with the bad news. The bad news is that after the peace was signed, the guerrillas of the FARC left a power vacuum in all those regions where they have a control of crops in the cultives of coca. And in addition, they have a huge vacuum of power in those regions that have laboratories. And also all these important routes for them to export the drugs to foreign countries. So with that vacuum of power, what is happening is that right now we pass to have 1 or 2 groups, armed groups in Colombia, to have 60 groups of armed groups that are fighting between them, trying to take control over those crops, over those cultives of coca, and over those laboratories. Those are criminal enterprises, most of the time that are being financed and supported by drug traffickers from Mexico and from the Balkans, who are, by the way, supplying weapons from the black market. That is a huge problem that we have right now. And as the conflict in my country has changed, because before the conflict was between the government and the guerrillas, but now the conflict is between criminal enterprises. So these people is fighting between them, and they are using landmines to kill each other. And the problem is that is the civilians who are suffering the most. The problem with this is like they are right now 500,000 Colombians at risk. And this is a problem that we have to address. There are huge opportunities in Colombia right now. The government is trying to sign a total peace. Gustavo Petro, the current president of Colombia, is trying to sign a total peace with all these groups, and in addition is trying to promote an agrarian reform that is going to assign some pieces of land to all those people that are in underprivileged communities. That is good, and that one we really need. And I strongly believe that one of the things that we need is to promote or create an agriculture program for peace in Latin America, and try to bring organizations like Ruco Peace to promote and to help, because you guys are doing the job to remove the landmines. But what we need right now is to support all those farmers and trying to help them with resources, with finance, with education, to try to make those lands to help them to reclaim the lands, and help them, in addition, to teach them how to grow new crops, how to promote the agriculture. I believe that if we make an international effort to do something like that, we're going to be able, in the years to come, to see a sustainable peace in countries like Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. And our final panelist for today, Ms. Ramata Salavucci. Ramata is a politician, lawyer, ombudsman. She's a member of parliament for the Lithuanian government in the Ministry of Health. Ramata will be delivering her presentation in Lithuanian language, but you'll be able to hear it in English through translation on the translation service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Labadiena kolegos, konferencijos dalyviai. Noriu pasidalinti patirtimi įgyta dirbant 15 metų žmogaus teisių gynimo ir vaiko teisių gynėja. Per 15 savo darbo metų šiose institucijose įsitikinau, kaip svarbu laikytis ir vykdyti tarptautinius teisės aktus, perkelti juos į nacionalinę teisę, svarbiausia iš jų žmogaus teisių deklaracija, Jungtinių tautų vaiko teisių konvencija. Savo pranešime noriu daugiau dėmesio skirti vaikų teisių interesų užtikrinimui. Siekiant užtikrinti palankę teisinę aplinką ir atsižvelgiant į konvencijos rekomendacijas, valstybės dalyvės raginamos ratifikuoti kitus tarptautinius dokumentus, kurie sprendžia nelydimų ir atskirtų vaikų klausimą, įskaitant vaiko teisių konvencijos fakultatyvinius protokolus ir protokolą dėl pabėgėlio statuso bei 97 metų birželio 8 dienos pirmą protokolą dėl tarptautinių ginkluotų konfliktų aukų apsaugos. Jungtinių tautų vaiko teisių komitetas taip pat ragina konvencijos valstybės dalyvės ir kitas suinteresuotas šalis atsižvelgti į Jungtinių tautų pabėgėlių reikalų vyriausiojo komisaro tarnybos gaires dėl apsaugos ir globos ir tarpvalstybinius pagrindinius principus dėl nelydimų ir atskirtų vaikų.
Sorry, excuse me, Ramata. Is everybody able to hear it in English? Okay. Sorry, Ramata, if we just take a minute while we just try and solve the translation problem for the English.
Esu įsitikinusi, kad Azerbaidžano Respublika yra prisijungusi ir ratifikavusi šiuos dokumentus, siekiant užtikrinti pagarbą paauglių teisę į sveikatą ir vystymąsi, būtina atsižvelgti į individualų elgesį ir aplinkos veiksnius, kurie padidina jų pažeidžiamumą ir riziką. Aplinkos veiksniai tokie kaip ginkluoti konfliktai arba socialinė atskirtis padidina paauglių pažeidžiamumą dėl prievartos, kitų smurto ir išnaudojimo formų, todėl stipriai riboja paauglių gebėjimą priimti individualius sprendimus dėl sveikos gyvensenos. Su skurdu, ginkluotais konfliktais, visomis neteisybės formomis, šeimos iširimu, politiniu, socialiniu ir ekonominiu nestabilumu ir visomis migracijos formomis susidurintis paaugliai gali būti ypatingai pažeidžiami. Valstybės dalyvės, investuodamos į prevencinės politikas ir priemonės, gali stipriai sumažinti pažeidžiamumo ir rizikos veiksnių lygius. Labai svarbu, kad valstybės dalyvės ir toliau ieškotų sausumos minų bei nesuveikusių sprogmenų, imtųsi priemonių, kad vaikai laikytųsi atokiau nuo įtariamų teritorijų, stiprintų išminavimo veiklas ir, jei reikia, ieškotų reikiamos techninės ir finansinės paramos, įskaitant iš Jungtinių tautų agentūrų. Ginkluoti konfliktai yra pagrindinė negalios priežastis, nesvarbu, ar vaikai faktiškai dalyvauja konflikte, ar yra konfliktų aukos. Ypatingą dėmesį reikėtų atkreipti į ginkluotų konfliktų metu nukentėjusių vaikų atsigavimą ir socialinę reintegraciją. Be to, Vaiko teisų komitetas rekomenduoja valstybėms dalyviams aiškiai išbraukti vaikus su negale iš sąrašų ginkluotose pajėgose ir imtis teisinių ir kitų priemonių, kad draudimas būtų visiškai įgyvendintas. Tam tikros negalios yra tiesiogiai susijusios su sąlygomis, dėl kurių kai kurie asmenys tampa pabėgėliais ar šalies viduje perkeltais asmenimis. Dažniau berniukai tampa prievartos, mergaitės dažniau nei berniukai tampa prievartos, įskaitant seksualinę prievartą, nepriežiūros ir išnaudojimo aukomis. Jungtinių tautų Vaiko teisų komitetas pabrėžia, kad pabėgėliams ir šalies viduje perkeltiems vaikams su negale pirmenybės tvarka turėtų būti teikiama ypatinga pagalba. Aš manau, kad tiek žmonių, tiek vaikų teisų užtikrinimui karo konflikto teritorijoje didelės galimybės turi Azerbaidžano Respublikos žmogaus teisų ombudsmenas, ginantis ir vaikų teises. Mano pastebėjimus apie vaikų teisų užtikrinimą karo konflikto teritorijose palaiko ir tokios pat nuomonės yra Europos vaiko teisų gynėjų tinklas, todėl visame galima kreiptis palaikymui į jį. Europos tarybos parlamentinė asamblėja 2021 metais priėmė rezoliuciją numeris 2209 Armėnijos ir Azerbaidžano konflikto, Kalnų Karabacho konflikto humanitarinės pasekmės. Asamblėja pareiškė nuomonę, kad Europos taryba turi atlikti svarbų vaidmenį, padedant Armėnijai ir Azerbaidžanui spręsti humanitarinės šalių konflikto pasekmes ir pakvietė rengiant naujus veiksmų planus bei įgyvendinant jau vykdomus parodyti lankstumą ir pritaikyti juos prie konflikto padarinių. Ministrų komitetas 2022 metais priėmė sprendimą dėl minėtos asamblėjos rezoliucijos, pažymėdamas, kad valstybės pasirašiusios Europos žmogaus teisų konvenciją privalo užtikrinti, kad kiekvienas jų jurisdikcijai priklausantis asmuo naudotųsi konvencijoje įtvirtintomis teisėmis ir laisvėmis ir kad jos būtų kolektyviai atsakingos už konvencijos sistemą ir jos veiksmingumo užtikrinimą. Ministrų komitetas atkreipė dėmesį į iniciatyvas, kurių ėmėsi parlamentinė asamblėja ir Europos tarybos organai. Nuoširdžiai linkiu sėkmingai spręsti karinio konflikto problemas, siekti žmonių ir vaikų teisų užtikrinimo ir žinoma taikos. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. One of the, obviously, apologies there because we had some technical issues with the translation and the language. We now have 10 minutes or so for questions and answers, and I welcome and invite you to please address them, and we'll get them to the panelists. Do we have a microphone that we can pass to people? Gentlemen in the front.
Good morning. Thank you for a very interesting discussion for this conference. And I have a question for all speakers. Conflict in Karabakh is 30 years. and all time this conflict support Russian. What do you think about the position at this moment, Russian position?
Sorry, can I just clarify the question? We're talking about the prioritization mechanisms for the landmine action?
No, what I ask about Russian position at this moment. Russian support this conflict 30 years. And what position, your position at this, about Russian position at this moment? Maybe they change position or not?
Thank you for the question. I'm not quite sure how we link this to the national ownership issue of mine action. I'm not sure if this is the right forum for that question. I don't know if anyone of the panelists would like to jump in.
I think it's a peculiar situation we find ourselves in, where we have Russia, who is pertaining to act as a peacekeeper in the region, and their actions in other conflicts have demonstrated that I'm not quite sure that they subscribe to the agenda, particularly of mine action. I find it ironic that Russia, who is not a signatory to the Mine Convention, is actually laying mines in a country, Ukraine, that is. And it says to me that I'm not entirely convinced that their actions in this region, in this particular area of Agdan, might be entirely in benefit of humanity, maybe have their own personal agenda, political agenda.
Thank you, Matthew. Anybody else would like to comment? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comment? Sorry, I can see a question in Sajid and another question at the back.
Thank you very much. A question for Dennis. I was very intrigued by your comments, and I agree completely with the proposition that you put forward today. One of the elements that really is preventing any real movement within the region is the role being played by the diaspora community, particularly from Armenia. What advice would you have about bringing them on board to the sort of proposition you put forward today?
Dennis?
Well, the issue of the role of the diasporas in the process of the conflict up to now, one can say that it has not been positive, it has been negative. But the diasporas are starting to learn, like everyone else, by the way, that we are in a different place. That the discourse of yesterday that we continue to hear, you don't only have to put on Twitter and you see this toxic atmosphere on social media. The discourse of yesterday is becoming increasingly irrelevant for the context of today. Now, there's a journey to be made by everyone, and the Armenian diaspora has to make this journey too. The journey to the new reality. I hope that they will embark on it, and I hope they will not take long in this journey. But yes, they also can contribute to raising the profile of the issue of landmines in the South Caucasus as a regional problem. They have landmines problems too in Armenia. And a lot of these landmine problems in Armenia are on border regions, which means that some kind of cooperation with Azerbaijan to solve these problems would be very useful. So they need to be made aware of some issues, but this is part of a much bigger conversation, I think, that is ongoing. We're in the middle of something. We're not at the beginning and we're not in the end yet. We're in the middle of something very exciting, if you want to use that word, which is this process towards peace. But this will take us all into uncharted territory. We will all have to learn a new discourse, a new approach, a new language.
Thank you, Dennis. I think Samir would also like to comment.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I would also like to thank Dennis Samut for his valuable contribution in the panel. It's not really a question, just a quick remark. It was mentioned several times about the landmine problem in Armenia. Just a quick remark on the fact that there was never any war on the territory of Armenia. There were never any active hostilities or battles going on there. And the landmine problem on the borders, as it was mentioned here, I think those are the landmines that were laid on the border for defensive purposes, defensive minefields, and it is, for me personally, is unknown on the humanitarian impact of those landmines. How I know we shouldn't be, I'm not comparing the two countries, but the question is how, it's not a question, it's actually I doubt really that there is a big humanitarian impact of those defensive minefields, because as far as I would think, they're located a bit far from the places where people actually living. So, but once again, there was no battles, there was no active hostilities on the territory of Armenia. All the battles and all the war was in Karabakh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samir. I believe there's another question down the bottom.
This is Yahya Khurzada from Pakistan. Sharing the experience of Pakistan or learning from that, two aspects that I wanted to suggest. One is in education and awareness campaigns, the psychological rehabilitation of the family or the affectee is an important thing, which since yesterday I've been seeing missing in the debates that is going on. Secondly, the livestock and free animals that are affected, these losses are not included, which makes a bigger part of the economy of the whole country. If these could also be included, especially into the SDGs, the indicators that have been proposed for the 18th SDG, if these are also included in that, that would make it more comprehensive, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your support. Is that a question for Samir, please? Sorry, sir. Sorry.
My question is to the chairman of the ANAMA.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Samir. For Deputy Chairman of ANAMA.
Deputy Chairman of
So thank you very much for your question. As if I get it right, you ask about the risk education program in the country. If I get you right, so yes, as I very briefly mentioned in the presentation, there is a large-scale risk education program being currently implemented in Azerbaijan. We are trying to cover as much audience, different types of audience as possible. Basically, there are several types of target audience, which are, first of all, children living in the vicinity of the affected, war-affected territories. This is being covered with support of UNICEF and the Ministry of Education. The risk education, mine risk education, is being included into the standard curriculum in all of the affected secondary schools and being taught as part of their standard lessons once or twice a week. As if I'm not mistaken, it's twice a week. With regards to the affected communities and IDPs, this is being covered again jointly by UNICEF and ANAMA. We established community-based risk education program to ensure sustainability of these actions, and so for each community will have a person whom we will support with risk education materials and training, and this person will then be in his turn responsible for delivering the risk education for the members of his community. Besides that, the ANAMA has a separate department that is responsible only for mine risk education in the country. Their job is coordinating all this work of different international and national actors in risk education, but also they are covering the construction companies and all the state actors that are actively involved in activities in the liberated territories, reconstruction, etc. Mainly, this is the health and safety and environment, HSE staff of the construction companies whom we train in risk education. We certify them as train the trainers, we certify them as risk education trainers, and then they are responsible to deliver the knowledge on mine risk education to their respective staff members. So this is how we basically try to cover. Just recently we had a meeting where we discussed follow-on actions with UNICEF, UNDP, and ANAMA. So we will be preparing a long-term sustainable action plan on risk education. This is part of our work, and we pay the same attention to explosive ordnance risk education as to the demining operation. So thank you. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Samir, for that very comprehensive answer. So we're out of time, but myself and the panelists are willing to take one or two, perhaps another question, if we can. But I am conscious that we're out of time. There's so many things we've covered here, so much interesting content, so many key takeaways. It's going to be very hard to summarize them. I'll just quickly take one last comment over there, please. Question.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Colonel Baham, Mine Action Center Director of Mauritania. I have one small question and one suggestion. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the government of Azerbaijan and congratulate ANAMA for his courage and his dedication. My question is, what was the biggest problem when Azerbaijan started to demining activities? It was especially on human resources or material and financial problems. About my suggestion, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to make my voice and those of many countries around the world heard and ask everyone, every country, every institution to guide funding and efforts to all mine-affected countries and not to focus only on a few countries and leave the rest of the world behind. Hopes today are raised and directed toward non-traditional donors to join traditional donors to strengthen international funding to meet the levels of demand for support. My country, Mauritania, is one of those states that allow having a clear roadmap to completion has not attracted the support it requires. Thank you again. ANAMA Thank you again. Thank you, Azerbaijan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for your input there. I'm going to take this opportunity to wrap up now. There were so many takeaways and key bits of information to draw from that I couldn't possibly even attempt to summarize them all. But I did want to take out one key takeaway that I think came resonating through from all of the presentations. And that is there is an opportunity for Azerbaijan and for the Mine Action Program in Azerbaijan to take a much stronger, a much more dynamic role and demonstrate its leadership regionally, and how this would work within further strengthening the peace process and the wider regional peace and stability issue. So that was my main takeaway from it. It was a key takeaway for me. There's obviously practical applications of how that could happen going forward that needs to be discussed at a much higher level. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for their fantastic input, very stimulating conversation, and also the stimulating questions from the floor. So with that, I would just like to close this panel and say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, dear moderator. We are a little bit back in the program, late for the program, so we will gonna have a really short coffee break, and let's be back here in max 15 minutes, okay? So we'll have more time for next panel discussions. Thank you. We are about to proceed to our next panel discussions. So, to all the participants that are still in the coffee break area, I kindly ask you to come back to your places. We will have enough breaks after that. We are a little bit late to the program, so if you want to have a really comprehensive discussions, I kindly invite everyone back to the conference room. Thank you. We are starting in several minutes. I know that sandwiches, coffees, sweets, and teas were really delicious, but I'm afraid we have to start our next session. So please, if there's still anyone left on the coffee break area, please come back to the conference room. Last moments till the start of the second panel discussion. Please make sure you are ready, seated, and ready to start. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our second panel discussion on global partnerships to achieve mine-free world. In previous panel, we had a really fruitful discussion, and I'm sure we will have even more interesting one in this. I want to introduce you the moderator of this panel discussion, the UNDP Global Mine Action and Development Advisor, Mr. Steiner Essen, and the panelists, EU Ambassador Peter Michalko, Mr. Peter Michalko, former President of Croatia, Mr. Stepan Mesic, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Germany to the Conference on Disarmament, Thomas Gobel, Mr. Thomas Gobel, Executive Director of Marshall Legacy Institute, Ms. Elise Becker, and finally, Senior Advisor of Mine Advisory Group, Mr. Sebastian Kazak. Just a little adjustment. Mr. Message will have an interpreter, so you will listen to the speech in English. On the question-answer part, if you have a question that's that's addressed to Mr. Message, you can approach after the session, and his interpreter will help you to build a dialogue. Please.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, Mine Action colleagues, dear friends, I've been given the honor and the pleasure of moderating this important session 4 on global partnerships, partnership to achieve a mine-free world. Partnership is close to our UNDP heart. Sector coordination, promoting, strengthening national structures and capacities, and exploring opportunities to link mine action to the wider development sector is core to the UNDP's mine action mandate. In his opening speech yesterday, Vugar Suleimanov, the chairman of ANAMA and our generous host, challenged us to use this conference to explore opportunities for collaboration, sharing successes, and build networks. And as the draft declaration from this conference states, we want to renew our commitment to strengthen global partnership and cooperation in support of national efforts and as demonstration of global solidarity. So we are gathered here again at the second International Mine Action Conference in Baku, and it's a testimony of the government of Azerbaijan and ANAMA's genuine desire to partner with you and the rest of the international mine action community, draw on your wealth of experience, build on sector best practices to develop an efficient and effective mine action sector in Azerbaijan. So I think we have an obligation to use this session to identify opportunities to strengthen partnership globally in this region and in Azerbaijan in particular. I encourage the speakers to be concrete, bold, innovative, but also practical, so we can bring your ideas forward in the months to come. Partnerships can have many shapes and forms, and our distinguished panelists will help us explore partnership from 5 different angles. So let me introduce the first speaker, who will address the issue of global partnership in support of resource mobilization. In every mine action program, financial support from the international donor community is essential, but very often a major challenge for national mine action authorities. How to establish long-term, fruitful donor partnerships? What mechanisms for donor engagements exists? What drives donor priorities globally in this region and in Azerbaijan? To help us address some of these questions, I'm pleased to give the floor to the biggest international donors to mine action in Azerbaijan. Peter Mikhailov, EU Ambassador to Azerbaijan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. President, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Azerbaijani government and ANAMA, as well as UN office in Azerbaijan for organizing this conference, and thank you also for inviting me as a speaker. It is a special honor to be on the same panel with His Excellency Mr. President Mesic, the politician that inspired so many in Europe. The European Union is a global leader and committed to mine action across the world. The European Union has also been the biggest donor to Azerbaijan among international partners in the area of mine action. Mine action in Azerbaijan is one of the top priorities in the EU-Azerbaijan cooperation. It is needed, and we see that the need is immense. We deplore the fact that mines continue to lead to loss of life and injuries, and want to express condolences to the victims and their families. Since 2020, the European Union contracted over 6 million euros to address most urgent mine action needs in Azerbaijan. So far, through partnerships with international organizations such as UN, UNDP, UNICEF, as well as leading non-governmental organizations, both international and local NGOs, like Mine Advisory Group or IEPF. It is important also to see partners like Links Europe and Marshall Legacy Institute on board of this effort. The European Union acts together as Team Europe, the EU institutions and member states, together with over 8 million euros provided in support of Azerbaijan, Croatia being one of those countries, member states of the European Union, together with others, that is providing the support to partners in the world in this important area. Thank you very much, dear Mr. President, for this contribution of your country as well, together with other member states. In addition to this very substantial ongoing support, the European Union, in close coordination with the EU member states, will continue to build its partnership with Azerbaijan in the area of mine action, both financially and through its expertise. In areas such as mine risk awareness, and EU is already actively supporting targeted education programs and various information campaigns to the affected parts of population. Humanitarian demining, and EU is already active in capacity building of ANAMA and local NGOs, including building of female demining teams, for example. And assistance to mine victims that we want to see, and we want to do more also in this important area. The European Union is also willing to contribute its part in the coordination of mine action activities in Azerbaijan with other international stakeholders, including other international donors. The EU has always been a supporter of multilateralism, that is, working together to protect and promote peace and sustainable development. Coordination is an important part of ensuring multilateralism results in sustainable and effective cooperation. This conference is a very welcome indicator of this spirit of coordination and cooperation. Another important point for multilateralism is agreeing on common rules of engagement to avoid reoccurrence of past problems in the future. In regard to demining, this means ensuring that no new landmines are laid. In this context, the Ottawa Convention banning the use, production or stockpiling of landmines is multilateralism and at its best. And I would like to thank Germany for being the current chair and leading globally this effort, and to Ambassador Gobel for leading this effort from Geneva, now being with us here in Baku. The European Union is an active supporter of the convention, which is a success story for disarmament and diplomacy. 164 countries have already adhered to the convention, and in the EU, we hope that the 3 South Caucasus countries will do so as well. Effective mine action in Azerbaijan is key to address the consequences of the conflict and ensure the safe, voluntary, and dignified return of the IDPs to the territories which they had fled from due to the conflict. Mine action is also important for the reconstruction of those territories to which the process of resettlement has already begun. And the European Union is also looking to possibilities how to support reconstruction in the future. The need is huge, and the EU will work, the institutions and the member states. We want to increase the support that we have been already providing. The European Union continues to be committed to a safe, secure and prosperous Azerbaijan and South Caucasus, including through effective multilateralism and global partnerships. And at this opportunity, I would like also to congratulate Azerbaijan and Azerbaijani people on the upcoming Independence Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for EU's commitment and long-term support to mine action in Azerbaijan. And I want to echo your words of encouragement to other donors to join the mine action team in Azerbaijan. This is a success story that they should take part in. Partnership is also about sharing sector best practices. And for many of us who's been in the sector for a long time, Croatia has been a champion in many ways. It is a country that clearly can serve as an inspiration for Azerbaijan and other countries in regards to strong national ownership, extensive use of own resources, and a strong willingness to share its experience and expertise within the field of mine action with others. It is therefore a great honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mesic, former President of Croatia, to share experience on mine action from a Croatian perspective. Mr. Mesic, the floor is yours.
Большое спасибо. Ekscelencije, gospođe i gospodo, uvaženi sudionici i gosti, iako miniranje kao metoda ratovanja nije novijeg datuma, pa se o miniranju te razminiranju govori već duži niz godina, posljednja iskustva pokazuju nam da se razminiranjem izbjegavaju ljudske žrtve i povećavaju resursi potrebnih za razvoj gospodarstva. Mine su se koristile i u Prvom i u Drugom svjetskom ratu, nakon kojeg su akcije razminiranja bile organizirane na različite načine. Zbog svojih dalekosežnih posljedica, nužnost razminiranja prepoznale su relativno rano. I to ne zato što mine pogađaju vojske zaraćenih strana, nego stradavaju i civilno stanovništvo. Iako je primjera miniranja i razminiranja kroz povijest mnogo, moguće je reći kako je razminiranje onih područja na kojima su minska polja postavljena planski bilo brže i učinkovitije. Recimo ovdje gdje su u Drugom svjetskom ratu minska polja bila postavljena planski. Prije svega na mjestima kojima su trebale proći vojske, vojne formacije, tenkovi, kamioni i prijevozna sredstva i razminiranje je bilo jednostavnije. Po prolasku neprijateljstava zaraćene strane međusobno bi podijelile informacije te bi se bez odgode išlo u razminiranje. Na primjeru bivše Jugoslavije najzornije to ilustrira činjenica da je duž cijele države bilo velikih minskih polja iz Drugog svjetskog rata koja su zahvaljujući kartama i dobivenim informacijama razminirana su za samo godinu dana. S druge strane, nakon našeg domovinskog rata, 90. godina, proces razminiranja u Hrvatskoj traje i dalje. Nedostatak karata i činjenica da mine nisu postavljene planski, glavni su razlog tome. Vojne postrojbe postavljali su mine nesustavno, uglavnom u strahu, kako bi osigurali svoj položaj kada dođu na taj položaj. Glavni problem je u tome što zaraćene strane nisu razmijenile nakon rata planove postavljenih mina. Danas i dalje osjećamo posljedice tog postupka. Sva sumnjiva područja potrebno je pretražiti detektorima, proći svaki centimetar i razraditi plan, te na posljedku krenuti u razminiranje. U taj proces uključene su vješto uvježbane specijalne ekipe koje su sposobne pristupiti području, locirati i demontirati minu, odnosno cijela minska polja. U novije se vrijeme koriste i elementi tehnološkog napretka, međutim situacija je tim teža što mina ima zaostalih po šumama i nepristupačnim mjestima do kojih strojevi teško mogu doći. Tada se u priču uključuju i potražni psi, također važni čimbenici u lociranju zaostalih mina. Nije manje važna ni činjenica da o rješavanju problema s minama ovisi i gospodarski i industrijski razvoj miniranih područja. Šteta je dakle višestruka, a odgađanje razminiranja samo produbljuje to. Za razumijevanje razminiranje ne bi trebalo biti samo odgovornost zemalja koje su pretrpjele ratne sukobe. Međunarodna zajednica i zemlje koje su sudjelovale u konfliktima također bi trebale preuzeti dio odgovornosti i pomoći u procesu razminiranja i obnove zemlje. Mi u Hrvatskoj dobro smo ekipirani, proizvodimo sustave za razminiranje, imamo obučene pse i vrlo dobre rezultate. Upravo smo zato sretni što se tema razminiranja internacionalizira i prepoznajemo važnost dijeljenja međusobnih iskustava i ideja. Ipak želim izraziti vjeru u ideju da je miniranje, pa onda i razminiranje, korak koji bismo trebali izbjeći diplomatski i za stolom, njegujući politiku mira, suradnje i dijaloga, te rješavajući probleme prije nego što eskaliranje u sukobe. Takav pristup ne samo da je jeftiniji i manje destruktivan, već je i dugoročno održivo rješenje. Za kraj želim jasno poručiti da kao stanovnici planeta Zemlja, neovisno o podrijeklu, imamo odgovornost prema budućim generacijama kako bi ostavili svijet u boljem stanju nego što smo ga zatekli. Stoga, osim što radimo na razminiranju i obnovi zemlje, moramo se boriti za mir i suradnju, a ne za rat i za sukobe. Samo kroz zajednički rad i poštovanje među narodima možemo stvoriti svijet u kojem će svi ljudi živjeti u miru i sigurnosti. Hvala što ste me saslušali.
Your Excellency, thank you for sharing your insight into the history of mine action in Croatia. I think we have a lot of success stories that we all can learn from, and I am also glad that you address some of the current existing challenges. And I wish you a great success, and I hope to see Croatia mine-free fairly soon. Partnership is also about working towards common goals. A mine-free world, a mine-free Azerbaijan. And the mine action sector is very fortunate that we have a number of disarmament conventions that serves as a framework for our common work. It gives us an arena to meet and discuss progress, success, and address challenges. I know firsthand that a number of partnerships, fruitful partnership, has been established in the coffee shops in the UN Palais in Geneva during various state party meetings over the last 20 plus years. It is therefore a great pleasure to give the floor to Thomas Goebel, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Germany to the Conference of Disarmament, but in this context, most importantly, the President of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Steiner, for your kind introduction, and I'm very honored to be at this panel and even challenged speaking after such a distinguished panelist like the former President of Croatia, and I'd like to thank him for his words. So, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this important conference, let's just say the Mine Action Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the government of Azerbaijan, and the UN Azerbaijan for inviting me to this important conference and giving me the opportunity to speak about the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and their destruction, well known as the Ottawa Convention. Since November last year, Germany is holding the presidency of this landmark treaty, which has just celebrated his 25 years. And 25 years, that means also 25 years of work towards a world free of anti-personnel landmines. The Ottawa Convention has always and will remain a great humanitarian success. The treaty has achieved a lot, but we have challenges ahead, including large areas remaining to be addressed, sustained efforts to guarantee the rights of survivors, and the need to continue strengthening the norm against the use of mines, including through universalization of the Convention. The title of this conference, Mine Action, the Path of Reaching Sustainable Development Goals, could be easily replaced by the Ottawa Convention, the Path Reaching Sustainable Development Goals. Because the Ottawa Convention and the Sustainable Development Goals are indeed two important global frameworks that both demonstrate our collective commitment to promoting peace, security, and sustainable development worldwide. The Sustainable Development Goals provide a comprehensive blueprint for global development by addressing social, economic, and environmental challenges. And I'm sure that you appreciate from the speakers yesterday, but also this morning, the 17 interconnected goals and their corresponding targets, which reflect our collective aspirations for a sustainable future encompassing poverty eradication, gender equality, climate action, quality education, and more. So the SDGs recognize the indivisibility of peace, security, and development, emphasizing the importance of inclusive and sustainable practices to overcome global challenges. And the Ottawa Convention is an instrument to reaching exactly these goals. The Ottawa Convention stands as a landmark treaty aiming at eliminating the use of anti-personnel landmines and ensuring the well-being of affected communities. It embodies the shared conviction that the use of landmines inflicts severe humanitarian consequences and impedes socio-economic progress. The Convention has been instrumental in driving efforts to eradicate anti-personnel mines, clearing contaminated areas, and ensure the exclusion of civilians from mined areas, assisting victims, advocacy, and destroying stockpiled mines. I'm glad that the draft declaration of this conference acknowledges this important role of the Convention, declaring to take bold actions to advance global mine action inter alia by sharing the principles and values of the existing legal instruments, including the Ottawa Convention. But the Convention represents not only a comprehensive framework for ending the suffering and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines, but it is also a community of more than 80% of the world states that have deemed anti-personnel mines to be obsolete. A platform for member states to engage in the Convention's traditional spirit of cooperation in the Convention's implementation. By prohibiting the use, production, and transfer of anti-personnel mines, this treaty fosters a safer and more inclusive world for present and future generations. Therefore, the German presidency of the Ottawa Convention is not only working to improve the cooperation between mine-affected and donor states among member states of the Convention, which is certainly a prerequisite for making progress in clearance activities, but we have put a special focus on making this convention universal. We have just heard by the distinguished ambassador to the EU that we have today 164 states parties, which is certainly an encouraging number, but it's not yet universal. And to make the world free of anti-personnel landmines, we will need a comprehensive commitment by all of the states to prohibit the use, production, and transfer of these horrible weapons. Only this could guarantee that one day we could hopefully celebrate that we have finished the job, not only in Azerbaijan, but worldwide, that we have cleared all mine-affected areas, and that there is no risk anymore for new anti-personnel mines being deployed. And to add that even such a success would leave us with a continued task to guarantee the rights of mine survivors and to continue to assist the victims of these cruel weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ottawa Convention and the Sustainable Development Goals share a common vision of creating a more peaceful and prosperous world. Both prioritize the well-being and safety of individuals, communities, and societies, and underline the importance of cooperation, partnership, and multilateral action. They also provide important frameworks to advance the rights of persons with disabilities, including mine survivors. By aligning efforts to eradicate landmines with a broader agenda of sustainable development, we can foster lasting peace, promote human rights, and empower communities affected by conflicts. It is crucial that governments, international organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders continue to work together to implement the provisions of the Ottawa Convention and thus advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. This requires sustained political will, resource mobilization, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. That's why this conference and other platforms to exchange best practices and lessons learned are so important. By leveraging the synergies between these different frameworks, we can achieve significant progress in saving lives, protecting human rights, promoting sustainable livelihoods, and building resilient societies. But let me insist, to make this progress truly sustainable, to ensure that we will not be again and again confronted with the challenges posed by anti-personnel landmines, we have to make sure that we share all the principles and values of the Convention, starting with the prohibition of use, production, and transfer. As we move forward, let us renew our commitment to the principles enshrined in the Ottawa Convention and the Sustainable Development Goals. Next year, the Convention enters a Rio conference year, an important year, and we are hoping to have good stories to tell, as, for example, states having completed their clearance obligations and states not party yet making progress in aligning themselves with the provisions of the treaty, for example, the submission of voluntary transparency reports or putting in place moratoria on the use and production. So, to conclude, let us strive forward for a world free from the threat of landmines and embrace sustainable practices that ensure the well-being of present and future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, for a very informative and inspiring intervention. And I encourage everyone who wants to continue to discuss the convention with the ambassador to join us in Geneva in late June for the intersessional. That's the place to be. And it's also the week of the National Directors meeting, so I hope to see most of you there. Partnership is also about innovation, introducing new tools, improving methods on all 5 pillars of mine action. A major reasons for the mine action sector's success, in my view, is our collective willingness to share experiences and constructively participate in research and development. The Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, present here today, is of course instrumental in this process. But development has first and foremost occurred in the field by the mine action operators. And I'm therefore glad to give the word to Elise Becker, Director of the Marshall Legacy Institute, an organization that has actively supported ANAMA for years and has been an important organization driving the development of mine detection dog methodology forward globally. Elise, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'd first like to thank ANAMA and the United Nations in Azerbaijan for inviting me here to participate in this important conference. And it is really a pleasure to be on such a distinguished panel this afternoon. So I'm here to talk to you about global partnerships and resources for development and better solutions. So partnerships are incredibly important, obviously, to tackle the complex problem of mine action. Activities associated with mine action, including identifying and removing landmines and other unexploded ordnance, EORE, or explosive ordnance risk education, and providing assistance to landmine survivors, is complicated and expensive. So partnerships can mean providing technical support, technical advice, could mean donating funds or providing donations in terms of other support. And resources can include financial resources, but resources can also refer to the tools and technologies available to assist in mine action activities. And so in this way, partnerships and resources are linked as a broader scope of partnerships can help achieve the goal of increased financial resources and the increased use of tools and technologies. We've been talking the past few days about the SDGs, so establishing mine action as the 18th SDG and linking it to the other Sustainable Development Goals can help to capture new partners and more resources as mine action is invariably linked to development. Now, donor governments have been an essential lifeline to mine action programs, and their ongoing assistance will continue to be needed, as will the ongoing support from the governments of the mine-affected countries themselves. And reaching out to expand the global partnership networks to garner financial and other resources will also be essential, including in the private sector. So one example of a smaller scale public-private partnership is through my organization, the Marshall Legacy Institute. The Marshall Legacy Institute, it is a US-based nonprofit organization. We've been around since 1997, and our mission is all about helping countries coming out of conflict to help themselves. So we're called Marshall in the spirit and legacy of the Marshall Plan, and so we've really focused on the landmine issue as that crux of development. And so what I'll do with my remarks is briefly highlight two of our programs that Steinar alluded to, our Mine Detection Dog Partnership Program and our Children Against Mines program, to discuss how public and government funding complements private funding to assist in mine action efforts. So the Mine Detection Dog Partnership Program seeks to increase the quantity and quality of mine detection dogs working around the world, as we see them as a very valuable tool for landmine detection. To date, the Marshall Legacy Institute has donated more than 290 dogs to 11 different mine-affected countries around the world, including 75 dogs donated to Azerbaijan. We have been really pleased to work in Azerbaijan since 2005 to help establish and grow their mine detection dog capacity. MLI has historically leaned on both public and private sources to fund this program. The US government and other governments have been generous donors, including the government of Azerbaijan. And the private sector has also been critical to continuing this program through dog sponsorships. So nearly all of the 290 dogs that MLI has donated to countries around the world have been sponsored by private American donors. MLI places a high priority in reaching out to the private sector in the United States to inform people about the devastating impact of landmines and how highly trained dogs can help accelerate the pace of landmine detection by sniffing out mines and saving lives. We use a retired mine detection dog, Rico, who unfortunately I don't have with me today, but he is our canine ambassador, and we use Rico to help us deliver these messages to the private sector, including to schools, to companies, to civic associations, and to other clubs. So MLI has been able to expand our partner networks to contribute to mine action by utilizing the mine detection dog, which is a highly visible and effective tool. And so the Mine Detection Dog Partnership Program really strives to expand our partner network and engage more people in the landmine issue via the dog. This results in more financial resources for mine action, and these resources fund the resource of the mine detection dog that helps accelerate the pace of landmine detection, including here in Azerbaijan. As I mentioned, there's a robust MDD capacity we saw in Samir's presentation earlier, and MLI is very proud to support this capacity. So I talked about dogs, and now I'm going to talk about kids. Our Children Against Mines program, or CHAMPS, is a program that strives to engage young people in both the United States and in mine-affected countries in the landmine issue. So CHAMPS unites youth in the US with youth living in mine-affected communities through virtual exchange. So we use Zoom. So there's virtual exchange, there's discussion during these calls, and learning about landmines. So the US students who have no knowledge about landmines, because we're very fortunate in the United States that we do not have to confront the legacy of landmines. So these US students have no knowledge of landmines, and they are thus brought in as partners, building connections and forging friendships with their peers living with the landmine threat. The CHAMPS program encourages students to implement service learning activities related to the landmine issue. And the students have really responded enthusiastically since we launched this program nearly 2 decades ago. To date, 48 mine detection dogs have been sponsored by students in the United States, and these students in the United States have also helped to provide more than 1,300 landmine survivors with prosthetic limbs and other aid that they need. And the students living in these mine-threatened communities have helped to deliver explosive ordnance risk education to more than 162,000 people. So we're very proud of our CHAMP students, both in the US and living in mine-threatened communities, because these students are really partners in Mine Action who are generating resources for this important cause. And so partnerships and resources will continue to be needed in Mine Action, and Mine Action as an SDG is a way that more partnerships can be developed and more resources garnered. Thank you.
Elise, thank you so much for sharing your experiences and successes when it comes to public-private partnerships. I think as a sector, we have a job to do to improve our engagement with the private sector. So thank you so much. Okay, there are a lot, or not a lot, there are a few formalized partnerships in the mine action sector. I think the MASK group is one success. The Mine Action Support Group is a group among the key donors to Mine Action. The NGOs have established a semi-formalized partnership, which I think has been very successful. The UN family, we have something we call the UN Interagency Coordination Group on Mine Action, which ensures synergies between the UN agencies involved in mine action. But the biggest actor in mine action, the national mine action authorities, don't really have a forum or a mechanism for coordination among themselves. That said, we have seen regional cooperation mechanisms like in Southeast Asia. We have some South-to-South cooperation. But I think we still have a lot to do to strengthen partnership between national mine action authorities. So I'm therefore looking forward to hearing what Sebastian Kazak, a wise and very experienced mine action advisor from the Mines Advisory Group, thinks we can do to strengthen cooperation with and between national mine action authorities. Sebastian, take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So I'll talk about cooperation with and between mine action authorities for efficiency and effectiveness. I'm a senior advisor in Mines Advisory Group for the last 6-7 years, but I've been in the sector for 25 plus years, including UNDP. So this will be a look from our side as operators collaborating with mine action authorities, and that includes mine action centers, that includes also our authorities in the provinces, in the districts. It's not only the mine action authority as such. We have a lot of partners we are cooperating with. So I want to take it away with 3 questions. And so what are some key benefits of a close and positive cooperation? And what are some key obstacles we may encounter where it's more difficult to work? And lastly, if there's a cooperation between the mine action authorities, it exists as like South-South cooperation, and I'll give some examples and which role also a mine action operator can play in this. So I thought we can address this topic. Sorry, I need to say next. Okay, go for the next slide, please. I don't see it here in front of us. All right, cool. So I want to address 7 aspects. That's like the role of the mine action authorities. Typical is coordination. Wonderful, thank you. It's information management. It's the institutional framework, so the strategy, mine action strategy, the standards we need. It's quality assurance, but it's also advocacy and support and fundraising. And then from the operator side, it's our role in building capacities, supporting the mine action authority staff. So the idea is to be more effective, which means doing things right, and being efficient, which means the least resources necessary. So how does this work? I got it. Where's the screen? Where do I have to put? Okay, cool. So what are some key benefits? And I will address both in one go. First, coordination leads to better planning, to better resource allocation. It needs to avoiding duplication, achieving greater efficiency. And we need access to areas that are maybe under military control, that are border zones, that are insecure areas. As operators, we wouldn't have access to these areas without the support of the mine action authorities and the government in place. Now, no one back. Sorry. Yeah. So a weak mine action authority, we are facing problems sometimes with communication, with language barriers, cultural differences, different cultural norms, and that may be different perception of risk, readiness about liabilities to take risks. This leads to different criteria on priorities and tasking, and at times we are faced with unrealistic demands about equipment, vehicles, per diems, etc., etc. So if we look at it from the positive side, a good and regular communication leads to opportunities to meet regularly and have access, etc. So as explained. Moving to the next point, information management. Thanks. A strong mine action authority, we provide data mutually, so to support each other. We have critical and reliable information, and we regularly update that information. So very good is sharing experiences and data in technical working groups, in donor meetings, in joint meetings, so that it's really a mutual effort. Now for a week, thank you, mine action authority. If we have lack of information, we have discrepancy in data, we get only very delayed information, we lose credibility. And then it's hard to plan, it's hard to prepare proposals, donors don't want to support us. So if we have good and regular data, we get opportunities to meet regularly, then we have mutual gains, trust by the operators, trust by the public, trust by the donors. On institutional frameworks, one back, please. Can I do it? No, one back, please. Yeah. So the framework, with a good strategy and established guidelines, protocols, etc., we know what we're doing. Gender is a key, of key importance to the sector. Equal employment opportunities are key. And the inclusion of various groups is part of our way to work to reduce conflict, potential conflict. So this all contributes to the professionalism and quality of our efforts. We share lessons learned, and as MAG with more than 30 years of experience, we can share experience from other contexts and learn from each other. What about a weak national mining authority? Okay, let's look at quality management. That's one of the key roles of the Mine Action Authority, to check independently how we are doing our job, not just in clearance, but also in risk education and in the different fields of mine action, how we do survey and non-technical survey, etc. So a strong Mine Action Center has good staff who know how to do this. And we work together and mutually trust each other that this information is correct. So if it's a strong Mine Action Authority, it leads to better quality. If it's weak, we may get unfair checks and ratings, and it will slow the pace, the motivation, and may potentially impact on funding. So if it's a strong quality assurance, we'll have timely handover as well of the lands to the populations, and then people will trust us and give reports about explosive ordnance to the National Mine Action Authority to task us again to deal with the bombs, mortars, etc. that people find in their fields. Advocacy fundraising. So with a strong Mine Action Authority, we'll create ownership, that was the topic of the previous panel, and enhance the relevance of mine action in country. It will help to integrate mine action into regional planning, budgets, national budgets. Azerbaijan has a strong potential, but for other partners in other countries, it's hard to really raise that local money and show their commitment. So if it's a weak advocacy, basically there may be negative messaging to external stakeholders, and that is a risk with the political agenda, mixing things up, that we will not reach our goals. I put the role as facilitator, mediator. So with a strong mine action authority, we have someone who can help us as operators to work most efficiently in the country, to resolve difficulties sometimes with local authorities, etc., to discuss the pros and cons, to support us when we need visa to get into the countries, to support us with border controls, etc., customs, to get needed equipment into country, etc. So that's a really important point for us. So the seventh and last point on this list was what can we do as an operator? So joint training needs analysis of all stakeholders, the UN, the ICRC, the operators, the local NGOs, all of us do a joint capacity analysis and see what is really needed for this country. And then we can provide what we have to offer. So to enhance skills and knowledge, etc. This will lead to national sustainability as well once we leave as external operators. If you do the opposite, of course, you are impeding an efficient mine action programming. Let me get to the last point on South-South cooperation. There is a lot also of cooperation within country, but I will focus on the South-South. So, for example, in Lebanon, MAG has had a very strong collaboration with the LMAC, the Lebanese Mine Action Center, and over years. And this has led to significant changes in the way how land release is done in country. And we have invited then the Lebanese Mine Action Center to come to Senegal and share their experiences. And now Senegal has come to Guinea-Bissau to share their experiences working with us. Similarly, we have had experiences in Iraq, inviting the partners from Lebanon for an exchange visit, etc. So I'm aware of a visit of Laos and Azerbaijan to Lebanon in 2022, last year, and this included a visit to the MAG sites as an example of our cooperation with NGOs, between NGOs and the National Mine Action Authority. And really the key topic is operational efficiency and benefits of positive relationships. Also, a colleague is here, the head of RMAC, the ASEAN Regional Mine Action Center. That's quite unique to have a regional mine action center. I think it's the only one in that sense. And it really brings together the ASEAN-related mine action centers, and it's a very good way of fostering relationships in that region. As a summary, close and positive cooperation allows a proper exchange of information, which allows MAG, or the implementing partner. We often work through partners, the same here in Azerbaijan, it's a national partner we are supporting. So to take actions that maximize the impact of the mine action activities and positive outcomes lead to sustained government support and donor support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you for sharing of your wealth of knowledge. MAG is clearly one of the most experienced mine action operators in the world and a key partner for ANAMA. So thank you. The organizers believe that you are hungry, and they have therefore asked me to limit the number of questions to 2 or 3. So I suggest we try to focus on partnerships related to Azerbaijan. I know there's a lot of questions I'm sure you would love to ask to this very knowledgeable panelist, but let's maybe have a focus on Azerbaijan. Yes, let's have a few comments, reflections, and concrete advice. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Is it on? Oh, it is on. Hi, I'm Erin Hunt, the co-director of Mines Action Canada. Thank you all to the panelists. I'd just like to pick up on a comment by Ambassador Gobel. Yesterday, I was really pleased to hear Azerbaijan has been submitting voluntary SDG reports, and it reminded me that Azerbaijan has also submitted voluntary Article 7 reports for the Ottawa Treaty in 2008 and 2009. And we know how important information sharing is for partnerships. So I'd like to hear from the panelists if they think this would be a useful thing for Azerbaijan and other states not party that may be here to do, submitting voluntary Article 7 reports this year and as we go into the review conference?
Thank you for that question. I think we know who should answer that questions. Yes, the President to the Convention, please take the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, and thank you for this question. So I think it was not a secret that I was heavily doing advertisement for joining the Ottawa Convention, and indeed I think this is the ultimate goal of all the member states to make this convention universal. But indeed, and I think there are a lot of steps which are invisible to bring states closer to the convention, even before doing this final step of signing or ratifying it. And one is certainly what you've mentioned. It's a voluntary Article 7 report. It's transparency, it's information sharing, but it starts even earlier. It starts by engaging with the convention and coming to the intersessional meetings, to the meeting of states parties, and participate in this exchange. And but there are others invisible coming, and I touched upon it a little bit at the end, going over political declarations, statements, or even what we have also in the declaration, the draft declaration for this meeting. So yes, indeed, absolutely, and I would encourage not only Azerbaijan, all the states who are there as an observer coming and joining us for the intersessional meetings to consider submitting such a report, sharing all the information with the community of the Ottawa member states. That would be indeed a step forward in the sense that we approach universalization of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I also just want to mention that we have a focus now on the anti-personnel mine ban convention, but we shouldn't forget that we also have a very important convention on cluster munition, and I think a lot of the reflections we heard today relates also to that convention. Thanks so much. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. It was really very, very interesting panel. But, you know, I have one question. Do you hear me? Yes. When we are talking about that just free of mine, the world, when we are talking about the whole of these ideas, it's just great. But right now, if we are looking, for example, from the perspective of Croatia, as we already heard from the president, that there are still kind of areas which is contaminated by mines. And it's more than, let's say, almost 30 years that the conflict already actually ended in Croatia, but you still have this problem there. And in that case, if you're looking from the case of Azerbaijan, we are trying to understand what we could do in our case in order to just very quickly and, you know, solve this issue, because I think the mine action is also a very important issue from the reconstruction and rehabilitation, you know, for the liberated areas of Azerbaijan. In that case, here is the question. If we are looking and just, you know, trying to see what we have in the world, especially in the 60, let's say, countries which they have the same issue, mine action, could you just, you know, bring at least one or two cases when they've been kind of, the issue was solved finally, and we can say that these 2 or 3 cases are the best practices? And what was the main parameters in order to finish the issue with mine actions, with the mining? Thank you.
Thank you for that very good but very comprehensive question that I'm sure cannot be answered quickly. But do any of the panelists want to take a go at that question? Sebastian?
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that around 30 countries have managed to clear all known areas. And I would say the most important is really to know what is the scope of the problem. Only once you know the scope, you can actually plan and know how many resources you need to put in, etc. So it doesn't have to be NTS full non-technical survey. It can be a preliminary survey to really get a quick overview, and I think that's the start. And then you can start prioritizing from that ground of information. So I think in this situation here, you need to have a really step-by-step strategic approach towards tackling the problem, and that's land release. But you have issues that will last longer. Risk education needs to continue after clearance is finished. Victim assistance will need to continue after the clearance is finished. So that's not just focus on mine-free. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. I think that was a good answer. I just want to add that we of course say mine-free, but we know as a fact that we will never see Azerbaijan mine-free, but we will strive to make it free of all known mines. There will always be, like in the rest of Europe, there will always be mines and UXOs left behind that we will never clear. That's just a fact. Okay, last question. Mr. Karim, please.
Steiner, thank you. I'm obliged to you. Just on a personal note, may I firstly say what a tremendous honor it is to be present with former President Mr. Mesic. I was a member of the European Parliament at the time you were President of Croatia, and I was involved with many MEPs in supporting the Croatian move towards membership of the European Union, and your role throughout that time was something we greatly appreciated. So on a personal note, it's a real honor to be present here with you today. Steiner, if I may, I have two questions, one for the Honourable Ambassador of the European Union and one for Honourable Ambassador of Germany. Honourable Ambassador Mikhalko, the EU's support here is recognized, not just by Azerbaijan, but the South Caucasus as a whole. When I was a member of the European Parliament, I chaired the South Caucasus delegation, and there is a need today to take a much broader view, a regional view, as to how we address this core issue of demining. What I find, however, in Brussels, which is where I am based, is that there is still very little awareness about the mining that has taken place in the area, the challenges that need to be faced, other than when you are speaking to policymakers and decision makers who are directly engaged either in the region or on demining. Would it help, for instance, all of the tremendous political capital that Charles Michel has invested into the peace building here, would it help that process if there was greater awareness within the European Union amongst decision makers and policymakers, and how can the European Union bring that about? And very finally, Steiner, a question for Honourable Ambassador Mr. Gorbul. Thank you very much for your input. Once again, my question is slightly focused more on the political dynamics than the convention, the Ottawa Convention itself. But is there more of a role that member states can play to help bring the diaspora communities to the point where we need them to be, to help support the types of initiatives that you mentioned in relation to the Ottawa Convention, and to actually bring a cohesive settlement for the demining, but the greater peace as well? Steiner, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karim. Maybe, please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much for this question. I think that it is obvious that the European Union and other international partners are focused and will be even more focused on support to Azerbaijan and to work in the entire region in order to address the issue of mine action. I think that this has to be seen in both ways. It is very much part of the future vision of the vision for the peaceful, safe and prosperous South Caucasus, and it is also very much part of what people who live in Azerbaijan, in the entire region, need to see happening in terms of demining, so that they can see their countries prosperous. And in very practical terms, there is even much higher need after 2020 and now, when the reconstruction process in Karabakh is growing in speed, in pace, we see first people, first IDPs coming back. There is a great plan for return, and these people have to have their right secured for the decent and safe return. And the European Union, you mentioned the efforts of President of the European Council, Charles Michel, is working very intensively on the peace process, on the peace settlement. In the framework of the peace settlement efforts, also demining is one of the issues addressed in the framework of what is today called the Brussels Agenda, under the fourth area that covers issues related to humanitarian areas, and demining is one of them. But at the same time, the European Union, and not only the Union as such, but also member states, we are providing support for demining and other areas of mine action. This is also mine awareness. I very much agree that this will be something that also for the future we will have to be focused on. And for the future reconstruction. And this is the EU, and this is member states, and each of the member states have their own programs and projects that they are implementing in this effort. So all this together, in cooperation with international partners like the UN, UNDP, we are working together, or UNICEF, with NGOs, because civil society is important, private sector is importantly involved in this area. All this is now forming a very robust effort that will even increase in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And then, Ambassador, the word is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I get your question right. Anyway, I won't adventure myself into the overall political settlement and the necessity of such a political settlement, because I'm far from being an expert of the region. But as I see it, the frameworks we discussed and what I introduced, the Ottawa Convention, is certainly something which can play a crucial role in accompanying such a process, because it's something which is, in essence, an element of confidence building between the two states involved. And as I described, the Ottawa Convention in itself is a platform where we have a very intense cooperation amongst member states, where there's a clear transparency when it comes to the mine policy of the member states. Though this could certainly be a positive input in any process, which hopefully we will see to start and to advance in the coming months. I think I would say to a certain degree we have to be humble, and I think we are humble in this regard. It will be certainly difficult to resolve such a global issue just by concentrating on mine policy. It's the other way around, and this means that we have to accompany these processes, and this means also that we have to look for ways to accompany them step by step. And I think there we have a lot to offer, and I would really encourage both Azerbaijan and Armenia to make full use of these instruments to solidify also the process they are engaging in. So I stop here to give you a chance to readjust my answer. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And unfortunately, we have to end this very rich and inspiring session. A great thanks to our panelists. A great thanks to the audience. And back to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, dear panelists. I think we have learned some new perspectives on the issue. Few details before we are going to lunch. Thanks for your contribution to the draft version of the conference declaration. The revised version can already be seen through the official website of ANAMA. So during the lunch, you have time to observe that, and after the last panel discussion, we will have this declaration on the monitors. The lunch will be on the 3rd floor of the Flame Towers here, and it's called Alov Restaurant. And before you go there, we have a gift for you. So as in the coffee break area, you have seen the books. They are for you. You can take them. There are books dedicated to mine action in Azerbaijan, mine action in other countries, also books regarding Azerbaijan, Karabakh, Shusha. So feel free to take them with you. Enjoy your meal, and let's see you in 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our final panel discussion in several minutes, so make sure you're back in the conference room. last few minutes till the last panel discussion. Make sure everybody already in the conference room so that we'll have more time for discussions. So welcome to the last panel discussion of our conference. I guess lunch was really delicious. It's still difficult to gather all of you back here in the conference room. So our panel discussion is dedicated to the cascading impact of mines and ERWs on human security, estimating the human cost of mines. I would like to invite the moderator of this panel discussion, the Deputy Chairman of Public Council of ANAMA, Mr. Emil Hasanov, who has about 25 years experience in humanitarian demining. He worked in different countries, in Balkans, in Middle East. Please, Mr. Hasanov. And the panelists, consequently, UNICEF Mine Action Focal Point, Impact of EORE, Challenges and Opportunities, presented by Hughes Lawrence, Head of Secretariat and Policy Director of All-Party Parliamentary Group on Explosive Weapons, Nigel Elway, Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Anar Karimov, ICBL CMC Ambassador from Uganda, Margaret Arak Orech, and UNDP Mine Victims Assistant Consultant, Keiko Tamura. So all the panelists are here. Mr. Hasanov, I pass the floor to you.
Adam, thank you very much. Actually, today we have last panel and a quite very deserved rest after lunch. We will cover today cascading impact of landmines. For sure, when we talk about landmines, we have a few important points that was highlighted a few days ago and yesterday as well, that to produce the mines has cost about $3, but to recover and destroy the mines, it's 300 up to 1,000 US dollars. And when we see the list of mine-affected countries, it starts with Egypt, 23 million, with Croatia, 3 million, Bosnia, 2 million, Angola, about 16 million, 10 millions. This figure is quite big. When you see behind the landmines, what kind of life we can protect and how much funds we spend for that, I just would like to refer to some points of the UN that to demine current landmine, to eliminate landmine problem, we need about 40 billion US dollars, and it is hundreds of years of work. Imagine what is the problems we face every time. Moreover, when we talk about humanitarian mine action, we always refer to the pillars of humanitarian mine action, because for sure we know that it is different from military mine action, and 5 pillars is following that we will today cover. It is mine victim assistance, risk education, stockpile destruction, advocacy, and demining itself. Our first panelist, a well-known person, our friend from UNICEF, Hugues Lorange. Hugues Lorange is a focal point for explosive ordnance risk education, and he co-chairs Explosive Ordnance Risk Education Advisory Group, which consists of 17 independent, well-known organizations. He has experience in Middle East, in Asia, in Africa, in Balkans, even in post-Soviet countries like Russia, Chechnya, and Tajikistan. I would like to ask Aouloner, my friend, please.
Thank you so much, Emil. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank, on behalf of UNICEF, I would like to thank ANAMA for organizing this event. I would like to thank the government of Azerbaijan for inviting us for this extraordinary event. I think more than 50 countries are represented in this two-day conference, and that will help not only elevate the mine action agenda in Azerbaijan, but also in the region and even beyond the region. We have a great collaboration with ANAMA, a very fruitful collaboration, but also with our UN sister agencies, UNDP, UNHCR, now very much engaged on explosive ordnance risk education, but also other actors. ICRC is engaged on risk education, IPF, DIAC, local national NGOs that have a key role to play. Today, after this intense visit we had yesterday and the whole week I spent here, I would like to share 5 takeaways with all of you. On this topic, we are talking through this panel, we are talking about preservation of human life. We are talking about maiming and killing. These devices are maiming and killing so many civilians and non-civilians. So before I start going through the takeaways, I would like to share some data, some patterns that we have observed over the last decades in all mine-affected countries around the globe. So this is about casualties, in this case, civilian casualties, in time of conflict. I'm talking about only, in this case, I'm only talking about explosive ordnance casualties. So if we look at the pattern that we observe, the trend that we usually observe, irrespective of the context, the number of civilian casualties is relatively stable during the conflict time. Of course, there are variations, but it's relatively stable. When peace is established, when a ceasefire agreement is signed or a peace agreement is signed, what we typically observe is an increase in victim numbers, a real outbreak of victim numbers. And that's always the pattern we observe. Due to freedom of movement, returnees are coming back to their home, refugees are coming back. Of course, even people in the village, there are no more checkpoints all around the place. They can move. Children can go back in the forest, in abandoned areas. They have this freedom of movement, and it's exactly at that point of time where we see this increase of victim numbers. We often have a peak then of victim numbers at some point, and then we observe a kind of decrease of victim numbers, and this is, depending on the context, is more and more fast, this decrease. It's usually a smooth decrease. Why do we have this decrease of victim numbers? It's due to various reasons. Of course, communities themselves, due to this outbreak of accidents, they will develop their own coping mechanism, irrespective of any mine action interventions. So we have also to be humble even without clearance, even without risk education, even without our interventions, communities will themselves develop their own coping mechanism that will contribute to a decrease of victim numbers. But of course, there will be, at some point, there will be less movement. People have already returned. There will be less movement of population, less contamination because clearance operations are now established, and also there are more risk education, explosive or non-risk education activities. So this is usually the trend that we observe. So my first key takeaway here is about how can we avoid this scenario in Azerbaijan, for example. A scenario where suddenly we have a peak of victim numbers, an outbreak. We heard today that there were, so far, since November 2020, 302 casualties reported. 302 people lost their lives or were injured. That's already more than 100 per year. It's quite a lot. It's actually a high number. It's a very big number for a country that has 10 million, around 10 million inhabitants. So how can we prevent that? One of the key response and a recommendation for the country is to invest on universal prevention, or what we call primary prevention. And that can be done in various ways. I will come to this in a minute. Now, on a positive note, I just want to share this slide that is coming from Sri Lanka, where you see victim numbers since 2000, the early 2000s. And you see that after 3 decades of conflict in Sri Lanka, one of the very tough conflict we have seen in that region, in 2018, Sri Lanka managed to reach 0 casualties. I should be more accurate, 0 civilian casualties were reported in 2018. So they managed to stabilize the situation, even though they have, and they still have today, landmines. They still have remnants of war. They still have minefields, but they have reached this 0 casualty goal. So we heard a lot yesterday, today, about the mine-free Azerbaijan. It's also very crucial to think about a casualty-free Azerbaijan, and it is something doable, something realistic, something possible. For that, we need to invest a lot on primary prevention. And all those pillars that you see here, all those pillars are absolutely crucial. Of course, advocacy against the use of landmines, advocacy for the Mine Ban Treaty is a form of primary prevention, but of course, risk education as well. Clearance, stockpile destruction. Even victim assistance is seen as a form of prevention, what we call a secondary prevention or tertiary prevention. So this prevention continuum is important. Every single pillar has a role to play. It's not only EORE alone, risk education alone, that will succeed to this achievement where we have 0 casualties. We have to work hand in hand between the various mine action pillars. This is was my first takeaway, invest on universal prevention. Another takeaway here is a key concept that was a key principle that was highlighted yesterday by a representative of the Ministry of Economy. He reminded us that one of the key principles that underpin the SDGs is the principle of leaving no one behind. And here I'm highlighting this because when we look at the data on casualties, when we dig out and try to explore the profile of each casualty, we realize that landmines and ERW are always first targeting the poorest members of the community, the boy who cannot, or the girl who cannot go to school, or the disabled person, or someone who could not get the messaging from the risk education campaign. It's kind of common denominator we observe all across the world. The first victims are always the poorest members of the community, the poorest among the poor. So we need to address these and make sure we target those children, those communities, and those members that are among the poorest. Another principle, you may not see it at the bottom of the slide. Another principle that was highlighted yesterday is that all the SDGs are centered around human rights. Human rights are a key principle. So here I also would like to highlight that EORE, Explosive Ordnance Risk Education, is a right. Every single IDP in this country should have the right to receive risk education, should be equipped to manage this risk. But we can go beyond and think about those living nearby the former line of contact, those who will travel in the future in those areas. We could argue that every single Azerbaijani should receive risk education, and that's also why we work with the Ministry of Education to make sure it's integrated into the curriculum. So that is the third takeaway. The second one was on leave no one behind. Maybe I should highlight in terms of the right-based approach that Azerbaijan is part of the Convention on the Right of the Child. So through this convention, Azerbaijan is a state party. There is an obligation to make sure that children can play safely, can go to school safely. And we have also another example that I think other panelists will address is the Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities. Also, Azerbaijan is part of this convention. So this is about the right-based approach. Now, another takeaway that was highlighted this morning, and that was absolutely wonderful to hear this in this room, that many panelists, even many members of the government of Azerbaijan highlighted the importance of peace building. So peace building is my first takeaway. We should invest on peace building education, peace building messaging. And as I speak, for example, in Ethiopia, there is a new project that is being established on explosive ordnance risk education that will be combined with peace building messaging. These are young adolescents from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they were engaged in a competition to design a 1-minute video on peace building. And they have all been awarded through this competition. This was done in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and some type of lessons learned we can also have here for Azerbaijan, for Armenia, for the whole region. Peace building is absolutely critical. As one colleague told me during this week, every single accident, every single injury in a peace context is a reminder of the conflict, is a reminder of the war. So the more we invest on mine action, the more we invest on risk education to prevent those accidents, the more we contribute to a peace building context. And this is my last takeaway. It's about risk education, explosive ordnance risk education. This is the way we articulate risk education, the way we have been articulated risk education over the last 20 years or so. So a message to our colleagues in Azerbaijan, but also to the international community, is that we need to change this approach. It's not that simple. It's not just because we provide EORE that leads to knowledge change, that leads to behavior change, that automatically it will lead to less casualties. Even knowledge change is a very poor predictor of behavior change. There is no, it's a false assumption to think that just because people will get the information, they will adopt the safe behavior. And it brings me to these two last slides, that human behavior is a very complex thing. Sometimes it's more difficult to deal with human than to deal with the land. For example, when we demine the land. We deal with human behaviors, and it's so complex. It's driven by psychology, by sociology. The way sociology is very much about what the family, what the community expect us to do, the way what we believe they expect us to do, to behave. So it's the dynamic related to sociology. And environment is here in this case is very much about how people are exposed to risk education message through radio, through TV, but also the policies developed by governing entities, local authorities, etc. These create an environment that can be conducive to behavior change. And this is my last slide. We don't need to dive into this slide, and I don't expect that you will read every single box here. My point here is that the topic of this conference is the path to the SDGs. When it comes to risk education, this path or pathway is not simple. It's a complex one. And you see there are multiple pathways that can lead to those SDG achievement. And we have often been too much focused only on knowledge improvement, but there are so many other components that are absolutely crucial in terms of influencing behavior, influencing self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is about my belief that I am capable to do, to act, to behave safely, and to convince others to behave safely. And as you see on the top of this theory of change that we developed with 17 organizations, the EURE advisory group, it's still a draft. The idea is that ultimately risk education can contribute to quality education, can contribute to well-being, can contribute to sustainable communities, and also peace through SDG 16. Two indicators are related to this SDG 16. One of them is about feeling safe in the area where you live, feeling safe when you walk alone in the area where you live. This is also very related to risk education and mine action. And another SDG indicator is the number of conflict-related deaths. So through risk education, but also through clearance, we can contribute, and victim assistance as well, we can contribute to this SDG 16. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Hugues, for your comprehensive presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Nigel Elway. Nigel Elway is former journalist and civil servant, creator of all-party parliamentary group on explosive threats, and he speaks regularly on politics and diplomacy about mine action, EOD, and mine victim assistance, and always lobbying this importance of voice of mine victims. Mr. Elway, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emil. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic being back in Azerbaijan. Beautiful country, beautiful people, but facing an absolutely appalling situation, and I think doing so very well indeed. Ordinarily, for an event like this, I would write my presentation 3 weeks ago. I would have rewritten it 38 times, rehearsed it in front of a mirror, and presented it, hopefully, as professionally as my colleague Dr. Offord did. However, there are a number of people in this conference who know an awful lot more about the plight of internally displaced people than I do. So what I've done is I've listened to people, and I've written notes. So for the next 7 minutes, you're going to get a stream of consciousness, and I'll know when I've finished, because there's a young man down here with a sign that says time's up. My job is to persuade our government and governments around the world to develop effective delivery and deliverable policy on mine action, explosive ordnance disposal, and victim assistance. I speak to a lot of government representatives I speak to a lot of NGOs and delivery agencies. And often the message I get from both of those is different. So I'm going to focus on this issue from a political perspective. First of all, what is an internally displaced person? They're effectively a refugee that didn't leave the country. That means that that country has not only got the problem of sorting out the conflict or rebuilding immediately post-conflict, but also managing the situation of having a population of internally displaced people. That means that those people in different countries have very different expectations of the support they'll get. The all-party parliamentary group over the next year is going to be focusing on a handful of countries, Azerbaijan being one, Colombia another, and of course, unfortunately, Ukraine. We've just published a report in Parliament with the Ukrainian ambassador on the psychological impact of Putin's invasion. It was carried out for us, the research was carried out by 2 Ukrainians in the country who themselves were victims of the conflict. A lot of the people they spoke to, mainly women and children, were displaced. They have the same psychological problems as anybody else in any of these other countries. But as I said, different countries will have a different approach. Compare, for example, Sudan, a country of extreme poverty with a totally dysfunctional government, against Azerbaijan, a country with a stable, effective, focused government, but also the money to be put into rebuilding and rehabilitation. So, we've got mine clearance, absolutely fundamental towards providing a safe environment for displaced people to return to. But that's great. You clear the hazards, you've saved lives, politicians love it, box ticked. But what is so important about rebuilding communities, rebuilding countries, is to ensure that those people feel safe in returning to their communities. And I think what we saw yesterday was Azerbaijan really working at its best, getting that infrastructure rebuilt, rebuilding the cities. I was really heartened to see the number of rehabilitation programs that are now running in this country. And I'm really looking forward to coming back in July for Martin's conference and engaging more with the Azerbaijanis. I think they're doing a fantastic job, and we, as the all-party parliamentary group, would love to use them as an example of best practice when we talk to other countries and governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Our next panelist, Mr. Anar Karimov. Anar Karimov is Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Mr. Karimov is a career diplomat with assignment in US, Switzerland, and the Insan Development Institution in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Karimov, floor is yours.
Thank you, Emil. Actually, it's a great pleasure for me as well to be at this esteemed conference I'm glad that last year when we started this initiative, it was pioneering this initiative. I'm glad it's sustainable. So I wish every success to this great event. With Emil, maybe about 15 years ago, we were discussing mine issues, security issues, safety issues, and sustainably over these years, Emil continued to put his efforts, and I'm glad that all his efforts and his partners has evolved into such a great event as such, and will continue to contribute and to expand it. I was supposed to sit and talk, but you know, Azerbaijan is a country where we have a great respect for elders. So previous elders and very experienced speakers, they talked standing, so I have to also continue this tradition. We in a social ministry, we try to integrate and also to contribute to the process of supporting mine victims. And within this process, of course, I would like to start probably with the main activities that the ministry has to deliver. Basically, once we have a mine victim who suffered injury and other damage, other state bodies also intervene, mainly healthcare institutions. But of course, the ministry also has to support through its rehabilitation and disability assessment, because based on the status and assessments, the social benefits are categorized, and if the person who suffered a mine injury, mine accident, he's still entitled to compensation if it's a military person, or in case he gets some disability categories. Based on that, we as a ministry support those victims. The second main activity would be, along with the rehabilitation and disability assessment, would be provision of assistive devices, since that comes at a bit later stage, and it's very important for social inclusion and social integration. But to do that, we focus a lot, and capacities for rehabilitation services has tripled for the last 5 years. And it's not only rehabilitation centers we focus, we also established a fully brand new agency, which is called Social Services Agency, that started to operate in 2000. So in case of rehabilitation centers, we provide mostly services that relate to kind of a treatment of a person. In social support centers, we mainly focus on vocational trainings. We focus on provision on certain support services at houses for these victims. And additionally to that, we just last year started to operate an inclusive and creativity center, which mainly focuses not on vocational, professional side, but on more art, design, culinary skills, where our mine victims may, for example, they subscribe to the dance classes, they can do some painting. So we believe for integration of all these services, it's very important, and we plan to start 2 new centers this year, and next year we plan to start 2 other centers in Arjabadi and Quba. So basically, if we talk about particularly mine victims, main centers are concentrated around Baku. You know, Baku is on a peninsula, so these centers are located close to seaside, where our beneficiaries can enjoy not only the medical and rehabilitation procedures, but they can enjoy the landscape, the seaside, the fresh air. So that would alone also contribute to normalization of the situation. Just to give you some flavors of the scope of these services, you would see different categories of provisional, different kind of rehabilitation services. Some of them are outpatient, some of them inpatient. We put a lot of also effort on socio-psychological support, where people basically, we start after they getting a lot of attention as the first weeks, and they go home. The really difficult part starts approximately after 3 to 6 months, where these people are not already in the attention, and they have started to having some psychological disorders. It's important to have, while providing the services, not only soft part, but also hardware part. So you would see some samples, what kind of equipment we use to treat our mine victims. And along with that, we also pay attention to the soft skills where they can relax, and our stakeholders and partners from the civil society, for example, yoga association, are actively joining us for different sessions. In order to provide these services, we pay attention to the standards, and along with that, we try to introduce best practices, guidelines. We look and research a lot different kind of standards from Europe, from other applicable jurisdictions, and we manage also to introduce those standards into legislation. Just a year ago, we managed to introduce a new disability assessment law, which allows us to switch more from outdated medical assessment, medical rehabilitation services, to more individual approach. And we also managed to broaden the variety of devices and services that we can provide to our beneficiaries. Basically, we establish a long-standing cooperation ties for different kind of devices with our partners from Germany and Iceland. You may see some statistics on the screen. Most important one probably would be the latest number in red that shows the latest technology devices that we introduce. They're quite expensive, but they allow more integration for our victims, and we even managed to organize some sport competition with the people who are already using these devices. We are not alone in this process. We have been backed up by many international partners. Just recently, we also negotiated a very productive cooperation agreement with the European Union, and that would allow us to switch and to establish these new capacities for a newly rehabilitation individualized approach to mine victims and other victims from the conflict. This is just a sample of the latest cooperation agreement. At the same time, we managed to develop our capacities within our centers, since the equipment, the soft and other laws are constantly developing, so we try also to keep up with the local capacities. We spend a lot of time in trainings. We also managed to spend our expert time with invited trainers, so it's a kind of exchange of experience that delivers already successful results. You know, with mine victims, we try not only to provide it in a centralized manner, we also try to work on outreach in order to improve the affordability of the services. And we have several projects. One of them is a rehab project that delivers the services directly to these people, because some of them have restraints in commuting. We also manage to do some, send our expertise where they provide the services at home. Basically, some of our beneficiaries are quite advanced in technology because they have some time, so they can have IT acumen. So once we provide them proper social media, we manage to see also the benefits from such kind of a service delivery. You can see some examples of our activities where we provide our social integrated services, particularly to our beneficiaries. And this is one of the pictures from the shooting competition. We also play football. Even at last time, we had a player who had 2 devices installed on his legs. One very important and probably last message from me would be that despite the ministry have to deal with quite diverse activities, not only relating to the rehabilitation, we have to take care of housing matters, we have to take care of social compensation. Definitely employment is also an important part, but all of this allows us to put a good picture as an integrated service provider, and based on that, we believe that in the near future we'll have a better focus on these matters, and maybe even bigger cluster of services that would particularly focus on the mine victims. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you very much. Teşekkür ederim. Our next panelist, we have a special guest, Margaret Orich. Margaret is International Campaign and Landmine for Cluster Munitions Convention Ambassador, Director of Uganda Landmine Survivors Association. Margaret recently received EU Human Rights Defender Award. Also, Margaret is a woman of peacemakers of University of San Diego, Joan Kroc Peace Institute Initiative. Margaret, floor is yours. You can speak from your seat.
Thank you very much to ANAMA and UNDP for inviting the International Campaign to Ban Landmines and Cluster Munition Coalition to participate in this conference and the opportunity to address this important topic. It's a pleasure to join Mine Action partners and ICBL CMC members taking part in the meeting, including esteemed colleagues from the Azerbaijan Campaign to Ban Landmines. The devastating impact of mines, cluster munitions, and other explosive remnants of war on civilians today is more acute than ever due to renewed conflicts in many parts of the world. This tragedy is unfolding despite the massive global efforts to eliminate and stigmatize these weapons and protect civilians under the Mine Ban Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Most recently, we have seen the terrible impact of the use of these weapons since the invasion by Russia of Ukraine, and such conflicts throughout the tremendous work put in by the humanitarian agencies, non-governmental organizations, and states to bring to an end the sufferings caused by mines and explosive remnants of war. Azerbaijan has unfortunately not been immune to the impact of these weapons. As an example, in 2020, the Cluster Munition Monitor reported that the largest number of cluster munition casualties resulting from attacks were recorded in the country, with over 100 injured or dead. Civilians are the primary victims of cluster munition during conflict and after it has ended. This is also true for landmines. And these indiscriminate weapons put human lives in precarious conditions on a daily basis and deny access to productive land. The contamination by these weapons also creates long-term barriers to socio-economic development. It displaces populations and exacerbates the humanitarian crisis. According to the latest landmine monitor data, at least 5,544 people around the world were killed or injured by mines and explosive remnants of war in 2021. The real number of new casualties is likely to be much higher, as many have gone unrecorded due to challenges with data collection. Each one of these 5,544 casualties represents a life disrupted, a person in need of timely first aid and emergency medical services, and delays in reaching health services means the difference between death and or lifelong complications. Casualty numbers also point to the need for long-term medical services, such as rehabilitation, and for improving access to assistive devices that are still too costly in many affected countries. Psychosocial and psychological support is also needed to to help people in coping with their newfound reality and to re-engage in everyday activities. And rehabilitation services are too often overlooked and not integrated into national health systems that are strained in many countries. In 2021, there was a significant decline in global mine action assistance, and especially funds for victim assistance, which reached their lowest level recorded since 2016. This in spite of survivors' growing needs for health care, rehabilitation services, and socio-economic reintegration. It is essential for states to mobilize resources to support the frameworks and plans designs which can be aligned with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and also in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. The International Campaign to Ban Landmines and the Cluster Munition Coalition urges Azerbaijan to take advantage and utilize input from the Mine Ban Treaty Victim Assistance Committee. It has been respectively 26 years and 15 years since the Mine Ban Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munitions were adopted, and thanks to the unprecedented partnerships between states, the International Committee of the Red Cross, civil society, and the United Nations, allied with the sole aim to put an end to the sufferings and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines and cluster munitions. Today, more than 80% of the world's countries have joined the Mine Ban Treaty, while the Convention on Cluster Munition counts an impressive 111 states parties. Large tracts of contaminated land in communities around the world have been freed of landmines and the explosive remnants of war, and millions of stockpiles have been destroyed, and most importantly, many lives and limbs saved. The treaty's victories are definitely unquestionable, and yet there still remains work to be done. When we still see states using banned landmines and cluster munitions, when non-state actors or armed groups employ improvised mines, and when those weapons are sowing terror and tragedy in the lives of civilians. The million of people living with landmines year after year need to realize that victory against mines is our only option. This is our opportunity to give the world a success story. It is time for the countries that cling to their stockpiles to step up, eliminate those mines, and become another victor in the fight against mines. Whole generations don't remember anything else but life among landmines and the explosive remnants of war. But it doesn't have to be that way. True progress in protecting lives relies upon renouncing those indiscriminate weapons once and for all, and joining the conventions that prohibit them, clearing contaminated areas in order to return land to communities, and in fulfilling victim assistance obligation. This must be supported with strengthened commitments to risk education, a fundamental part of the response to the dangers posed by mines and explosive remnants. The continued success of mine action efforts is also dependent upon maintaining a strong partnership with civil society and the inclusion of affected communities and survivor expertise. We are encouraged by Azerbaijan's mine action operations, which we were able to learn more about during the week. We also welcome announced plans to step up efforts on victim assistance, and these actions should be followed by the next crucial step, formal accession to the treaties, which is the most efficient framework to achieve a world free of these weapons. In closing, on behalf of all survivors, I'm also a survivor of a landmine, and the international campaign to ban landmines, I'm appealing to the Azerbaijan to take immediate steps towards joining the Mine Ban Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and paving way for a cluster-free region. Thank you.
Margaret, thank you very much for your touchy and sensitive speech. Our next panelist, Keiko Tamura. Keiko is protection advisor specialized in disability, child protection, and gender in conflict or emergency, especially focusing on victim assistance programs. Has a wide experience in Middle East, Africa, South Asia, and Pacific. Floor is yours, Keiko.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the organizer for inviting us, and then also putting this human aspect of the my action as one of the core session today. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This is very encouraging to see the mine action sector linking SDG with the mine action effort. Previously, we didn't see this linkage, but now, especially in Azerbaijan, SDG and then also mine action proving this linkage, right? And then this is also helping us to think about our responsibility with obligation to comply UN Convention of the Right of the People with a Disability. UNCRPD has been ratified over 993 bodies, countries, and the European Unions. And then this picture here showing all this interlinking connection between SDG and then CRPD, meaning all your work on the mine action contribute to the SDG, but also contribute for the country to achieving its CRPD obligation. So most notably, SDG 1 and poverty have so many cross-sections with several different articles or CRPD. And then, for example, good health and well-being SDG goal obviously have so many interactions with CRPD. So that's why I'm very delighted to see here today, my action sector is committing to think about this big goal together. So, how can we achieve this? Yeah. It's a big question. I'm very happy to hear Ugo from the UNICEF earlier. He was talking about knowledge alone doesn't change how people to behave, right? Sociology, environment, other factors influence how we actually take our own action. Exactly the same thing could be said about the disability inclusion. Our knowledge, our physical barrier, system, institutional setup, it's just only one of the barriers we face, right? So it's only one barrier alone cannot change everything, but we also need all this different component contributing and then trying to remove all the barrier. And then several research demonstrate, however, our attitudinal barrier is the biggest one. It's not physical barrier, it's not the institution, it's not the law preventing us to change our behavior, but actually our behavior is coming from here, attitudinal barrier. But I have a very good news for us all. It won't cost us to change our activities. Sorry, it won't cost us to change our attitude. We don't need our donors' budget to change the way how we think. We don't need the donors' money the way how we plan and they also behave. So one of the first steps we can do is probably from ourselves, from your organization itself, try to think how we can change the way how we do our business in the My Action. Here, I'd like to share some of the examples. In Rwanda, many years ago, about 25 years ago, they already started very inclusive vocational training for the people with a disability, including the mine survivors. So they organize a training with the people with and then without disability. So they train together, or the trainer to be trained before, and then also business owner have been trained. And then after the finishing the training, all the trainee, they went to join a business, which will be joining other people with and then with disability, without disability. So they are reporting, actually people have a different skill set, different capacity, which complement each other. Another example is from Syria. Yeah, work is not only for earning your income. Working will increase your self-confidence. It's also increase the social interaction with other people. So engage in a My Action victim or any other people with a disability, it's also change how the people community, how the community think of them. It's also break the kind of like a stigmatization and then discrimination against these people. The quote here, this guy, Ismail, put in here is very powerful. I'm very happy for myself, but I'm very happy for other people, so I can change their mindset as well. But not only with his core peer with a disability, his action actually change our mind, and they also be able to change the mindset of the policymakers. Yeah. I'd like to introduce another example from the Azerbaijan. Thank you for the ministry to explaining a lot of the innovative technology, but Azerbaijan is taking a lot of the very cutting-edge initiative, which is involving the IT and then also private sector. So for getting a job, there are several ways. You can have a small business, you have a salaried work, which could be working with the government, or could be working with the private sector. So Azerbaijan is investing a lot of the engagement with the private sector. So they're the online platform. People who complete the training, they can register themselves online, and then there will be a job site matching will be happening with the private sector. So job matching will be happening online, which is probably one of the first countries I have seen happening within My Action. There you go. And in another example from the Bangladesh, they set a regulation of 5% quota of the vocational training center. So every single vocational center have to have a 5% of the quota of the trainee, which also encouraging creating more inclusive employment opportunity in a country. Another example is from the ILO. ILO is conducting a survey across 11 African countries. And then report finding is, excuse me, report finding is you cannot create segregated opportunity only for people with a disability, but including them, mainstreaming them in our all other work we do is the only way. So through including them into this normal, let's say, ordinary vocational training, then training contents will change, as well as opportunity, job opportunity also change. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And in UNDP as well, also in Azerbaijan, we cooperate with the Women's Resource Center with capacity building, training, plus business plan development. And then this is one of the very unique initiatives I have seen in Azerbaijan, is engaging private bank to come to verify the business plan of the individual. So their chance of the success will be stronger because it has been reviewed by private business sector mindset. I think that's one of the new opportunities I have seen. Yeah. Yeah, various reports shows, to closing, engagement of the mine victim, mine survivor, and the organization of the people with disability quite change our mindset, and they also help our intervention to be most relevant to the context. Here, we have this Margaret with us, and then various organizations, and then mine survivor exist in your country, right? So our request is, let's try to talk to them first, listen to their opinion, find out how we can do our business better, because survivor, not only they have a need, but they also have a very unique skill set which can help the way how we do our business. So why don't we just gonna work together and then doing everything together? For example, let's plan intervention together, as well as we can see how our intervention is impacting their life, have been changed or not been changed. One of the best way we can do is not only doing things together, but also let's evaluate together so we can learn more from each other. Okay, thank you so much.
Arigato Keiko-san, thank you very much. We come to the final stage of our presentation, and taking account the time frame, I would like to ask your permission to limit our questions, Q&A session to the 2-3 questions. If you have questions, please. No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassanov, for moderating this session. I would like to express my gratitude to the dear panelists. We are slightly approaching to the very core of this conference, to the adoption of the conference declaration. But before that, I invite you to your favorite activity, to the coffee break, last coffee break of this conference. Let's make it really short, and after that, you will have a tour in our beautiful Baku. So see you here in 15 minutes, please. Dear guests, I kindly invite you to the conference room to the adoption of the conference declaration. So, to the participants that are still in the coffee break area, you will have a chance to drink coffee after the declaration. So please come back to the conference room. We are starting in 1 minute. Yeah. Distinguished guests, this is the last call to come back to the conference room. We are proceeding to the adoption of the conference declaration. So kindly ask you to take your seats and let us wrap up this amazing 2 days journey. We need all the participants to start the adoption of the conference. And here we go. As I mentioned before, thanks for your contribution to the revised version of the conference declaration. Now it's official the time to revise it together. For that, I want to invite to the stage our next speaker from the UNRC office, Ms. Kanako Mabuchi. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for having taken you away from your coffee break, but I am hoping it's for a very good reason. And it is my great pleasure to stand here in front of you today for the penultimate session of this two-day conference, the adoption of the conference declaration. Several distinguished speakers have already alluded to the draft declaration, and I would like to start by thanking many of you who have shared your valuable inputs to the draft declaration text. We have taken into account all comments that were received, and we have shared the final draft version right before we broke for lunch. And I hope you have had the time during your lunch break to have a look at the final draft version. So always our intention with the declaration was to have a forward-looking declaration that captures the essence and spirit of the rich discussion we have had over the past 2 days in Agdam and today in Baku. And we hope that as participants of this conference, that we can agree to adopt this declaration, and importantly, to reaffirm our collective commitment to continue to work together and strive towards a world free of mines. So with your permission, allow me to read the proposed final text of the declaration. Over 60 states remain contaminated by landmines and explosive remnants of war, ERW, after many years, threatening the safety, health, well-being, lives, and livelihoods of generations of people. Most vulnerable populations, including women and children, are the most affected. For affected countries and communities, the impact of landmine and ERW is an impediment to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, at the national and local levels. To accelerate progress towards a mine-free world, we, the participants to the second International Conference on Mine Action, the Path to Reaching SDGs, agree to take bold actions to advance global mine action, inter alia by recognizing that humanitarian mine action is one of the prerequisites for sustainable development in mine-impacted countries, progress towards achievement of the SDGs, accelerating peace processes and sustaining peace, sharing the principles and values of the existing international legal instruments that regulate or ban the use of landmines, cluster munitions, and other ERW, while encouraging all to take steps towards formal adherence to these instruments, including the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and on their destruction, otherwise known as Ottawa Convention, and the Convention on Cluster Munitions, otherwise known as Oslo Convention. Recalling the human cost of landmines and ERW, which disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, including women and children, emphasizing the importance of humanitarian mine action to be integrated into national development plans in mine-impacted countries as one of the key priorities for socioeconomic development, and adequate resources to be allocated, including for strengthening the national humanitarian mine action capacities, acknowledging the important roles of civil society, private sector, media, educational institutions, and other stakeholders in humanitarian mine action under the leadership of national governments, promoting the efficient use of technology and innovation for humanitarian mine action, renewing commitments to strengthen global partnership and cooperation in support of national efforts and as a demonstration of global solidarity to achieve a mine-free world, and appreciating the initiative by a number of mine-impacted states to adopt a national SDG on humanitarian mine action and calls for inclusion of a new global SDG on humanitarian mine action. We further call for a renewed global momentum for a mine-free world to end the threat of landmines and ERW, support communities as they heal, and help people return and rebuild their lives in dignity, safety, and security by joining and fully implementing the existing international instruments, strengthening existing partnerships, and building new platforms. We express gratitude to the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan for the valuable opportunity to discuss humanitarian mine action and SDGs, and for their generous support and excellent hospitality. We also express our solidarity with Azerbaijan, as well as with all mine-affected countries, in addressing their immense mine problem, and call on international community to support Azerbaijan's humanitarian mine action efforts. And this is the declaration proposed for your support. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask, for those of you ready to support this declaration, if you can join me in clapping to show your support for the declaration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kabuki. It looked like a unilateral decision for me. It was an amazing, it had been an amazing 2 days. Now I want to invite next speakers for their closing remarks, starting with Assistant Secretary General for Rule of Law and Security Institutions from UN Department of Peace Operations, Mr. Alexander Zuev.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, in fact, my office in New York prepared a 20-page statement, but keeping in mind that you have a very rich cultural and social program tonight, I decided to shorten my statement to only 5 points, only which I would like to bring to your attention. But before I make my 5 points, I would like definitely to thank Mr. Vugar Suleimanov, Chair of the Board of ANAMA, and Ms. Vladanka Andreeva, my dear colleagues, and United Nations Resident Coordinator in Azerbaijan for convening this important conference, and obviously for inviting me and having me here. I have also to start with congratulating all Mine Action community here today on just adopted declaration. which clearly states that recognizing that humanitarian mine action is one of the prerequisites for sustainable development in mine impacted countries, end of quote, but also, quote, renewing commitments to strengthen global partnership and cooperation in support of national efforts, and as a demonstration of global solidarity to achieve a mine-free world. Well, since United Nations Mine Action Service is a part of my office, obviously this declaration is very, very important step into very right direction. Well, now 5 points. Firstly, I would like to commend the work of Azerbaijan and the Azerbaijani National Agency for Mine Action, ANAMA, and the UN country team in this country and the many participants who came together here at this conference to discuss different challenges and realities we face, as well as our shared achievements. I can tell you that I was really impressed by the quality of discussion and the quality of presentations, and also by a very strong commitment and dedication of all of you, and definitely we appreciate it very much. Well, dealing with different challenges in security sector and rule of law areas, I have to note that mine action achieves results in the most difficult operating environments. Well, in 2022, according to all data provided by United Nations programs and funds, we identified 8,627 casualties. It's horrible because it's almost one every hour, and all of them are caused by mines, explosive remnants of war, and also comparatively new phenomena of IEDs or improvised explosive devices, which we face in many countries. 55% of casualties were caused by mines, including anti-personnel mines of an improvised nature and ERWs. The remaining 45% of casualties are attributed to IEDs, which I just mentioned. Unfortunately, civilians continue to be the most affected by explosive ordnance, constituting more than 70% of all casualties in 2022. And the highest number of explosive ordnance casualties in countries and territories where the United Nations had active mine action operations in 2022 was reported in Syria, followed by Somalia and Iraq. In December 2022, we also reviewed the situation with gender parity in our mine action programs and activities. And it's very important for us because there is a continued need to strengthen the inclusion and participation of women in mine action. And I'm very glad looking at this conference room that we are very well gender balanced. I mean, and definitely it's a big achievement of mine action colleagues. The increase in the number of women serving in leadership or technical positions in the UN mine action programs has been really encouraging. Gender parity across mine action programs improved significantly in 22. The percentage of women staff rose from 23% in 21 to 36%, what is a real quantum leap in 2022. And this is the highest recorded increase since the launch of the UN Mine Strategy for 2019-2023. I have to note that in technical functions related to information management, female representation rose from 45% to 62% between only 2020 and 2022. As we have learned at this conference, a project is currently underway here in Azerbaijan to establish the first 2 all-women mine action teams. And obviously we commend and we support and we would like to proliferate this experience of Azerbaijan to in other countries. Well, my next point is that we have to continue to ensure that mine action is integrated in broader, overarching frameworks. For instance, in humanitarian response planning and the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping initiative, which we support very strongly in our department, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and other global agendas as children in armed conflicts, protection of civilians, and durable solutions for IDP. Integration will ensure that the role of mine action across the triple nexus of humanitarian development and peace and security efforts is leveraged to accelerate results. Well, allow me to conclude with an appeal. Significant gaps remain in the universalization of and reporting on and compliance with international legal frameworks related to mine action. Unfortunately, no new accessions to the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention, APMBC, have been recorded since December 2017. That means the last 5 years. Over 30 countries are still outside of the APMBC, including, unfortunately, our host country, but many neighbors also in this region. And I am sure that Azerbaijan will demonstrate a brilliant example, the same way like they organized and led this conference, in joining and acceding not only the APMBC, but also the Convention on Cluster Munition and relevant protocols of the Convention on certain conventional weapons, which would demonstrate once again leadership of Azerbaijan, not only in the South Caucasus, as the first country in the region to sign all 3 international instruments, but also leadership globally. I take this opportunity again to thank the dedicated individual and all teamwork in mine action in Azerbaijan, and those many of you who have traveled to this conference to share your valuable expertise. I would like to commend you all for your tireless efforts, often carried out in highly insecure environment, to achieve a world free from the threat of explosive ordnance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zuev. And the last closing remarks comes from the Senior Advisor of the Office of the President, Mr. Sultan Hajiyev.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I promise I will be extremely brief. Let me first mention that you've been kind enough to thank us for the hospitality, but hospitality is to continue, and I believe we're all looking forward to the well-deserved gala dinner. But before we adjourn, it's never easy to make a self-assessment, but when we were first discussing the idea of this event last year, we just wanted to get an opportunity for people who are working for the mining to get together, to discuss the most burning, the most common issues, to look into the future, and to try to find some common points, shared values. We all share the same values for sure, but some things which would be important and useful, both in generic terms, as well as most importantly, in terms of making difference on the ground. You've heard more than once about the importance of demining for Azerbaijan, and I believe, having visited the conflict-affected territories, you don't have to ask yourself why. It's a must, it's a lifeline, it's something that we must do, because without doing it successfully, we can never expect those areas to be rebuilt, and we can never expect life to be back in those lands. I would like to thank you all. I'm really glad that you have found these discussions to be interesting and useful. I do believe some of the partnerships, some of the friendships, those in existence already will be further strengthened, some new will be started. And I believe that if we will have advanced even a tiny bit, even an inch, to saving lives, to making the demining process safer and better, we will have achieved our goal. This process is to continue. I mentioned this is the second conference, and I have every reasons to expect that there will be a continuation. In the meantime, I think we should all congratulate ourselves, because this was a joint effort, and we should be looking forward for continuing efforts. I think Heidi Heidi Kuhn, the founder of Roots of Peace, was mentioning the mines-free world. It may sound as a noble goal, but I believe good efforts of good people who understand the danger or who are committed to make the difference can make this dream come true. Let us not afraid of dreaming. Let's push the limits. Let's make sure that we can make a real difference. I thank you all, and looking forward to opportunities to be in touch again, be it in Baku or elsewhere. Thank you once again, and I think it's time to declare our conference. Unless Vugar Melim, you have any comments, no? Anything you would like to say? So thank you all. I believe there will be some further logistical announcements, and thanks again. See you at the dinner.
Thank you, Mr. Hajiv. Well, as an old song says, time to say goodbye, but that's only for my part, because your journey is far from over. You will have a beautiful trip in our beautiful city, and then you will enjoy our delightful food. A small announcement: before going to the dinner, you will be brought here in case if some of you want to change your clothes. So carry that in mind. It was a pleasure to spend time with you.